All right. Hello, hello. There we go. Let's get everything set up. A little bit later on the stream. Sorry about that. Right as I was getting the stream ready to go, before we had our first tornado warning, had a maintenance visit. So had to get a couple things taken care of around the house real quick. And let me double check the audio. Test. All right, that sounds good on my end. Let me know in the chat if audio gets weird or anything like that. We've been having issues for a while. Oh, this is cool. This is out of Wisconsin. I've had this camera up and running for a little while as we were getting the stream set up this afternoon, and I haven't seen the ferry, but this is apparently a ferry dock between Iowa and Wisconsin. So there's the ferry now. So ferry is operational. And I guess you can see why there's a ferry. Looks like the bridge is being replaced in the background, so... Interesting camera there. We always have interesting cameras here on WeatherCast Live. This is another one. This is looking east from I-35 at our tornado warned storm near Faribault, Minnesota. It also produced 3-inch diameter hail. So basically, I think everything is almost verified already for this tornado watch. That includes 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornadoes possible, and 3-inch diameter hail. We've already had some big hail out here. This is riding right along the warm front. So before we get too deep into the weeds, I do want to pull it back out. I like to start the stream if we can, just on kind of the broad perspective here. More storms coming into the West Coast. We have more winter storm warnings across some of the coastal ranges in the Pacific Northwest, as well as spreading a little bit into the Intermountain West and even north of LA. Couple winter weather advisories there. So some beneficial mountain snow, especially across the west. We'll keep an eye on that too. We have a broad marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, stretches from the high plains, the northern high plains, across the central plains, and then into the Corn Belt and into the Great Lakes. We also have another marginal risk that covers southeast Kansas all the way down to Del Rio and the Big Bend of Texas. It covers much of central Texas and southwestern Texas. Within that, you can see the yellow. That is our slight risk, level 2 out of 5. Covers much of Minnesota, especially southern Minnesota, most of Wisconsin now, and then also northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and western Michigan. We also have another slight risk from Oklahoma City down to about Abilene, Texas. Things are a little bit different here. It's kind of a complicated setup for severe weather. Let me show you a little bit here what we have going on. This kind of gives you a little bit of an idea. It's not perfect, but essentially we have a couple little mid-level disturbances that are ejecting from the Rockies across the high plains. Particularly this one is kind of the strongest one so far. It has a bit of a trailing cold front across the front range, and then it kind of has a warm front / stationary boundary. It hasn't moved that much. That's why it's kind of labeled as a warm front or a stationary front, but it's essentially acting as a warm front because we have warm and moist air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. A lot of humidity, for especially this time of year, reaching up to some areas that haven't had a lot of severe weather yet this season. And then we have cooler air, especially off the lakes and off of the Canadian high pressure to the north. So it's much cooler across northern parts of Minnesota. Right along that is where we have a little bit of frontal convergence. That's going to lead to a little extra spin in the atmosphere. And then this isn't like a live model of the surface features, but essentially this is ejecting from the Rockies, and it was forecasted earlier today to basically be getting into our area of slight and enhanced risk this afternoon. So we have kind of mid to upper level support, overspreading, warm, moist air advecting from the south, and that's what's basically creating the setup there. Down south, you can kind of see it. We have a dry line. We've had this dry line for the last couple days across the southern plains. There's also a disturbance in northern Mexico that's kind of been persistent the last couple days. Adds a little extra lift there. But this dry line has been the focus the last couple days. That's why we've had a lot of conditional risks. because without a big disturbance or a more organized disturbance like we have across the northern plains, this area in Texas isn't getting as much frontal convergence, as much lift. There's convergence along the dry line, but essentially the dry line is temperature, or is dew point separation versus temperature a little bit. So it's not quite as lifty, as powerful of a lifting mechanism as the temperature gradient, because cooler air is denser. So when we have cooler air at the surface, that really gets this warm air to lift a little bit more rapidly and up over the cooler air. Where here we have kind of hot, dry air coming out of the southwest, hot, dry air off the deserts and the higher terrain in Mexico. And then we have warm, moist air. So even that description, the hot, dry air and warm, moist air, isn't quite as contrasting as, cold air versus warm air. So that's kind of the down and dirty, very quick, rough look at things. But it's why we have a more conditional risk down here. There is a potential we get a few strong to severe storms, especially I think we may get more convection across the southern end of this because there is that low, that upper level disturbance, mid-level disturbance in Mexico. That may act as a little bit more of a lifting mechanism for areas in southern Texas. If we get any storms, the best chance of an all hazards threat is in this slight area, but we may get some hailstorms isolated across this dry line, and we are getting a couple new storms going up. The last couple days, the dry line, there's been storms that have tried to fire along here, and they haven't been very persistent. So we'll see if we can get a little bit better persistence. Again, we've had a little bit more across Texas last few days. And then we'll see. Even this area in the Midwest, a couple different situations. We have the mid-level disturbance coming out of the Rockies and the frontal system that's kind of draped across our enhanced risk area. There also is a little bit of a weak mid-level disturbance across, now likely across northern Illinois. And that is what's kicked off this kind of separate area that the Storm Prediction Center this morning had actually pegged really well. They mentioned in their forecast this morning that storms would likely fire across northeast Missouri, extreme southeast Iowa, and then kind of ride towards Chicago. And that's exactly what we've seen today. These are right now at least on a weakening trend as they cross areas like South Bend and areas north of Lafayette, Indiana. But we'll keep an eye on those. Maybe a few stronger storms out of those before they start to weaken. Most of this slight risk then up into parts of western Michigan is really for what likely forms into a mesoscale convective system, an MCS, that comes out of the upper Midwest later today. So if you see a few stronger storms this afternoon and early evening, especially across southwest Michigan, say from like Kalamazoo south, that's not necessarily the main event. And even areas like Chicago, Rockford, and those areas, some areas that got some severe weather south of Chicago, especially today, you may get some more severe storms later as an MCS kind of works to the south and east. We'll see if that does develop. Okay, so that's kind of a quick, rough look at things. I want to clear some stuff out, and then we're going to get into our single site radar so we can really dive into the details. Right now, we still have two tornado warnings, but it's one tornado warned storm. This is in Rice and Goodhue counties in Minnesota. So we'll get into that one. Ooh, it's looking pretty beefy. They may have adjusted that camera back. Earlier, the camera was pointed at the storm. You could see kind of a little wall cloud feature. Looks like it has matured even more, but not necessarily. It looks better on reflectivity than it does on the velocity scan. The velocity scan is a bit broad. You can see these reds. There's reds and greens in here, and it's definitely a rotating mesocyclone, but it is a bit broad at the moment. And yeah, that's exactly where we would expect it. We have RFD surging out here on the southern flank. We have inflow. We have big hail, and we've had reports of 2 to 3 inch diameter hail. So the hail is definitely verified. That's along County Road 9 towards Wangs and Sogan, and approaching Wasdew. I'm going to butcher some names, I'm sure, today, so stay tuned for that. But here's your warm, moist inflow. Here's your RFD outflow, and tornado would hide right up in there if there is one. And it doesn't look like it's on the ground at the moment. But that is the area that we'd be watching, kind of right in here, just north of Nerstrand, Minnesota. So that is a nasty storm. Let's take a look, just go back a few minutes. The storm popped up right as I was kind of getting the stream started, and it went severe, and then it really organized just on the east side of Faribault. And unfortunately, yeah, I had to take care of a couple house things real quick. But yeah, it started to really organize just east of there. Did produce some hail across the Faribault area. And yeah, it's riding right along the warm front. But yes, it does look a lot more organized than it did just a few minutes ago. That is a nasty storm. This is, let's get baseball size hail is certainly a possibility. It's only moving east at 15 miles an hour, maybe a little bit more of a push at about 20. But either way, it's not moving particularly fast. And yes, Rice County, Minnesota, and also Goodhue County, Minnesota. Those are the two counties that are in the tornado warnings. Let's get a track on these. We'll get the track out for the tornadic part of the storm. And I'll pull this into the corner here so you can see some of these locations. Nansen, about 7, oops, sorry, hold on. Had it going at a way faster speed than it's going right now. There you go. Nansen, about 14 minutes. Norway, Minnesota, 17. Aspenlude, 23. Hayter, 33. White Willow, 56. And if it holds together, Goodhue, 61. Hayter is about at the end of the warning polygon. So right in this area, about 35 minutes to get out towards that area. If it lifts more towards the north, that would be similar timing, 35, 40 minutes to areas like White Rock and Bell Creek, Minnesota, as well as down, if it pulls a little bit more towards the right and heads a little more southerly, Wanamingo, about 30, 35 minutes as well. And if you're north of that track along County Highway 9, that's going to be just hammered with hail in that location. That is right now our only tornado warning. Let me clear off the, actually, before I do that, I do want to see how close this is in proximity to the accurate, okay, so it's not that different, but that warm front, cold front situation, or not cold front, but stationary front situation likely is lifted just a little bit, because it's about 56 in Marshall, 73 in Redwood Falls, I think that is 65. It's unfortunately that warm front has lifted across, it looks like, the Twin Cities. So somewhat like this. So that does open up areas like the Twin Cities for some severe weather chances here. So that's right on the edge. And yeah, you can see areas like Elk River. It's only about 62, 63, but downtown Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's 72. So there's a 10-degree difference there, and not that really far of a location, about 40 or so miles. So that's not, that's a pretty drastic frontal boundary when we have those kind of temperatures draped across this area right there. That also does lift a little bit further north in Wisconsin. So it does put areas basically on that 94 corridor in play. It's almost 80 degrees around Eau Claire, Wisconsin. So yeah, moisture is kind of pooled up and temperatures right along the southern side of that boundary. A couple other storms I do want to point out. We do have a strong thunderstorm around, oh, where is it? Turner County and Hutchinson counties in South Dakota. It's around Menno or Freeman. And we'll keep an eye on that one for the areas around Sioux Falls. And then down along our, this one, I can kind of see where it is, I think, on the temperatures alone, because it's in the 90s in western Oklahoma. It's in the 80s across eastern Oklahoma and Kansas. But you can really see the difference here when I click over to like dew points. And that shows you essentially where this dry line is. And it has advanced a little bit. You can see on our chart earlier, it was about here. It's advanced a little bit towards the east. And the dry line will fluctuate. A cold front tends to kind of sweep. And, you know, if the cold front starts here, by the end of the stream, it may be here. And by tomorrow morning, it may be here. It tends to progress, you know, pretty consistently. And then a warm front tends to lift across the area. But The dry line, because it's not necessarily part of a convective or a system, I was going to say mesoscale convective system, but because it's not part of a system, the dry line will wiggle. The dry line actually surges eastward during kind of that peak heating time frame, and then into the evening, we may get to see it on radar if you stay on our stream long enough. You can sometimes see the dry line on the radars. By the evening, it'll actually retreat, and we'll see the dry line moving backwards. So it's an interesting feature. But yeah, these storms right here are just east of the dry line, and those are causing some trouble there with some quarter-size hail around Cottonwood Falls and Strong City in parts of Kansas. We also have new storms that are going up near Abilene. That one is a small, feisty little storm with some hail and gusty winds near Anson. And then we also have a new severe thunderstorm also down here towards Sanderson, Texas. Again, those areas in southern Texas with a disturbance over northern Mexico, this area may see a little bit more convective activity. Not necessarily all of it's going to be severe, but and then you can also see here beyond the temperature difference, there's a dew point and humidity difference here as well. So it's much cooler and drier across the northern Great Lakes. It's much warmer and humid across the southern parts. And those are the areas that are going to get, especially, I think, a lot of severe weather potential here this afternoon and evening. All right, let's clear this back out. And the other thing I do want to pay attention to, all of northern Michigan, the UP of Michigan, as well as most of northern and central Wisconsin, and then also northern lower peninsula of Michigan under a flash flood, or not a flash flood, but a flood watch. That goes another 12 hours or so. So they are expecting a lot of heavy rain, because even if the severe chances are a little more limited across the northern parts of the Great Lakes, this moisture that overruns the warm front boundary, the stationary boundary, will create a decent amount of thunderstorms and rain across this area. So we are going to get, and training, we're going to get some training of storms basically kind of riding along this frontal boundary. So they're doing a pretty good job here with this warning. They're warning a big area out in front for ping pong ball size hail. There may be also some ping pong ball size hail in this cell near Vasa. And good news is right now, not seeing a lot of rotation in this lead cell. But there's definitely big hail in this cell with the tornado warned storm. Again, it's being warned considerable threat for baseball size hail. And we may start to see still radar indicated tornado. We've seen more, it looks like, reports of 2-inch diameter hail by trained spotters around Faribault, egg size hail. So we've had ping pong to egg size hail, and then emergency management reported a 3-inch diameter hail stone earlier around Faribault as well. Put it back on our ferry cam for a second. Let me dig in here and see where we are. Okay, this is a good perspective. This is actually right just south of Hayter in this warning polygon here, looking off to the north. So we're in a decent shape to see this severe thunderstorm pass this location. I believe those trees in the background is the community of Hayter, a very small rural kind of farming, looks like more a junction right now. Probably used to be a town out here in rural Minnesota. But we have seen a little bit of tightening. This is along Highway 56, State Highway 56, and also 420th Street near Nansen. So we called Nansen out earlier. That is a dangerous storm there. I do want to take a look. There is another severe warned storm just across the Minnesota and Wisconsin border near Durand and Maiden Rock. Just checking for some rotation. I don't see much in there right now. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're really starting to see some more storms fill in along that frontal boundary. and they're kind of lifting more northerly right now, a lot of those. The other storm that's gone up pretty quickly here is this one near Stevens Point, severe warning storm, and that's also moving fairly northeast. Watch this go up. Boom. And it fires up pretty quickly. That's a nasty storm with quarter-size hail, at least quarter-size hail. We had a severe warning storm earlier near Baraboo, Wisconsin. Those have moved across the areas around Portage. That's still a pretty nasty storm. Special weather statement there for some small hail and gusty winds. And then we are starting to lose a little bit of the punch of those storms across northern Indiana. Kind of a messy cluster of storms. It's not a big, convective system or anything, but there are a couple areas there that may have some small hail. Looks like they have those covered pretty good. The areas that have some small hail likely and some gustier winds, St. Joseph, and then also this area in Rochester in Indiana. But we will keep an eye on those. We've had a couple storm reports earlier, some trees down, some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Yeah, it's kind of been a messy cluster of storms with some ongoing severe potential. This is a really well-structured supercell. You can see it kind of has the eagle wing kind of look to it. It's V-notched. It has a large hail core over here, and then the tornadic part of the storm down here in this hook echo. And it's still kind of staying broad, at least the rotation on radar. But we'll see if it can tighten back up. Certainly has a strong presentation to it. Inflow coming in here. Outflow surging out. And rotation sitting right in there just south of Wangs. And this area, again, Highway 9 from Wangs west to over towards Goodhue eventually. That area is going to get hammered with some 1.5 to 3 inch diameter hail in that area. That includes probably areas like White Rock and Bell Creek as well. So keep an eye on those. Some of the largest hail should stay south of Cannon Falls, Minnesota. But if you're anywhere in this area, even outside that tornado warning, areas like Bell Creek, Goodhue, White Rock, you want to shelter very similar to a tornado into your room on the lowest level of your structure, a sturdy permanent structure, because wind-driven large hail can do quite a bit of damage and can be dangerous to your health as well. Otherwise, the tornadic part of the storm in here near Nansen County Highway 49, that's our area that we're seeing the strongest area of rotation right now. Yeah, checking both storm relative and high-res velocity showing basically the same thing, but right in here near Nansen, that is our area that we'd be watching for tornadic development. There is a little bit of pixel, a little bit of a lower correlation coefficient right in there just on the last scan, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And it could be a little bit of hail wrapped in there because I see some purple that's gotten caught up in the hook that can sometimes wrap some hail around in here, so that could be doing that, or could be trying to tighten up. We'll wait another scan. And the next scan, it does look like there may be some hail that got flung around in here. Yeah, not seeing it on the ground, at least based on radar right now. This is passing well south of the Twin Cities, luckily, right now. This is, oh, it's a good... I think you can kind of see that boundary actually kind of right along there, but it's probably, what, 40, 50 miles south of Twin Cities? Let's double check. It's about 45 miles southeast of Minneapolis, and it's moving more easterly. Some of this complex is lifting more northerly, but the actual tornadic part of the storm is actually more on a northeast path. Hey, Cruz, how's it going today? Hope all is well. Let's see. Let me get my other radar products up too. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Just checking. I forgot to put up the quad radar setup. Not only gives me another eye on storms, especially strong storms like this. If I'm talking about other storms on the main radar, I can still glance off and see. I'll usually keep it on the tornado warned storms or the more likely tornado warned storms if it's multiple. The more imminently tornadic storm if there's multiple tornado warned storms. But either way, I got the quad radar up. You can see reflectivity on the top left, velocity on the top right, and then correlation coefficient and ZDR on the bottoms. But yeah, that allows me another eye on the kind of the storms. And then the other thing I was checking is sometimes the radar does overestimate hail, or sometimes it underestimates hail. Right now it's showing about 2.5 to 2.25 inch hail. So that likely tracks because we've had multiple reports of 2 to 3 inch diameter hail. So it looks like right now, at least, the radar products are not over or underestimating the hail and are pretty true to size, which is good to see. Yeah, some days it runs a little bit hot. But okay, that's up and running. So we are ready to cover, sit back, relax, and we are ready to cover severe weather all evening. You think this will drop? It's been close a couple times. Something isn't quite, the ingredients aren't all there. It's kind of like if you're baking a cake and you maybe add a little too much milk or water into the mix and it's a little too watery, so then you got to add a little bit more flour or cake mix or something. Storms are kind of finicky like that. And something isn't quite fully set with this storm. It's looked really impressive on the reflectivity, especially back here when we kind of were getting the stream going. It looked really like textbook impressive. But even back here, when it did look really textbook impressive, it's a little bit broad on the velocity scan. And it's actually gotten a little bit less organized even than that. It's gotten broader, and you can kind of see that in the hook. It may try and reorganize a new meso. And I wouldn't be surprised. There is research that shows that supercells, their first attempt at tornado genesis is often not successful. And that was really kind of the first attempt at tornado genesis. As this went tornado warned east of Faribault, you can see if I put this into motion, it really developed that hook east of Faribault. So that may be the first mesocyclone. And we saw it earlier, right as the stream was going. It was visual. There's the recap of it. It was a really low, kind of broad area of circulation, but not rapidly rotating. So yeah, something's just not quite come together yet, but I think what it's going to do is probably reorganize and relocalize a new area, which it may be doing right about now. Yeah, watch this area here on the leading edge of this to reorganize. So this is your old mesocyclone. It may occlude into the parent storm. It's going to get pulled north And then a new meso will reform on the southern flank here and continue it out. That's what I would assume is going to happen. So still stay in your tornado safe space everywhere from Wangs over towards Hayter, and then Wanamingo, White Rock, and Battle Creek. How long will this event last? We're kind of getting into the peak here, 4:42 in the central time zone. So this we've had already the peak heating of the day, so we have the peak heating. Now that kind of upper level disturbance is likely working into the area from the Rockies, that will help kind of kick off more storms. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers areas there in southwest Minnesota. Yeah, that's going to go another 5 hours too. So from now until about 9 or 10 o'clock, that looks to be kind of the main peak of the all hazards threat. But then this area, a lot of the models earlier had kind of clustering together, forming a mesoscale convective system, and that may, if that does happen, extend a severe risk further into the overnight across parts of the Great Lakes. And that would be probably less of the large hail and more of a wind and embedded, QLCS tornado threat that could stretch all the way into western Michigan later tonight. So kind of a 1-2 punch of severe weather. And they were keeping an eye on some isolated severe storms along the dry line. Looks like everybody's behaving themselves. Let's see. A little bit of rotation in that storm there. Near Cottonwood Falls, we'll keep an eye on that one. That cell north of Abilene now is being warned for ping pong ball sized hail. Mostly hail producers down here in Texas today. And then some big hail out north of Sanderson. But we do have a slight risk. This storm actually near Abilene is entering the slight risk in our southern area. Again, this is a more conditional threat. Not everybody in this slight risk will see storms. In fact, most people won't. It's just going to be if there are maybe 1, 2, or 3 storms to form, those could be an all hazards threat. And I believe the most likely spot is probably this area from southern and south central parts of Oklahoma to areas around Wichita Falls and north central parts of Texas, maybe towards the I-35, like somewhere in like this. This is the area I think has the best chance of, if a storm forms, to have an all hazards threat, would be kind of this area in here. And we do have a hatched 10%. This is actually just north of there, so there is a lot of severe weather potential ahead here. Yeah, this is hatched as well for couples. If there is a tornado, one could be significant. Wind, not big of a threat, but there is hatched hail as well. So, and then up here, they've increased that hail threat, and the wind risk kind of covers that area, not just where there's some kind of lead wave of storms, but also for that mesoscale convective system that may develop. That's kind of this whole corridor. That's why that's covered by the wind risk. A couple new warnings in parts of southern Michigan. Take a look at those. Mostly a wind risk and some quarter-size hail there. Those are the newest warnings there. Three Rivers, Centerville, Nowata, Fabius, Constantine, and then over towards Burr Oak, Fawn River, Colton, Matson, and Batavia. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some gustier winds in this cell coming towards Rochester, Indiana as well, Walnut, Tippecanoe, and Warsaw. Keep an eye on that storm if you're over by Fort Wayne as well. And we've had a couple new severe warned storms. These are those ones that came across Stevens Point earlier. And a new storm going up near Wittenberg. Look at these kind of explode here in the last little bit. Those are mostly elevated storms with a hail risk right now, not showing a lot of rotation there. And then also $half size hail near Marshfield and Spencer. These storms are a little more interesting here. They're south of that frontal boundary. little bit more sheared environment. So keep an eye on this cell. This may be the next one to go severe warned near Nellisville. And still watching a severe warned storm near Maiden Rock, pushing toward Durand. All right, yeah, this is going to try again. Looks like it's surging a new RFD surge. So it will try and tighten up an area, localize an area of rotation. Just on the, yeah, right in there. So it is trying to form a new mesocyclone and localize a new area of rotation that's going to be just near Wastedew or Westdew. I don't know how to say that name. And then Hater. We are decently close to the radar, so we're getting a decent look at some of these features. Looks like the hail core has come down just a little bit in this storm. Still seeing maybe 2.5 inch diameter hail though, but down from the max of 3 earlier. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. Just listen, chill, work on some work in the background, work on some homework, whatever you got going on. That is the nice thing about live stream weather is we can just kind of chill, watch the weather if you're not in a severe warned area, and just keep an eye on things. Checking on some different camera angles. This storm is approaching our camera around Hater. In fact, it may get a little bit of this RFD surge first. That camera's like right there looking to the north-northwest. The next camera up at Hater does not seem to be working as well. This is just north of there. This is a Wastedew, I think it is, County Highway 9, where we're starting to see the big hail core move into this area. Just north of there is probably the biggest hail. I do see there's some, please don't do this, but there are some bridge campers underneath that overpass that are pulled over. At least they're not blocking the highway like I've seen in other streams. We've seen cars actually block the highway. Well, now they might actually be. So we may be getting a little bit of hail here, even though this is actually not right in the hail core. This interchange is like right here. That hail core actually is just going just behind this camera or in front of the camera. That's why it looks so white, like on the top edge of this camera. That's sunlight kind of reflecting off the hail core. So this is back out of this. This is the camera perspective from the Hater area. And again, this area has the better shot at seeing whatever is in here, the wall cloud and the RFD surge. If there is a tornado, we may be able to capture that from this camera. I'll see if I can jump ahead on the other camera and see if we have, let's see, right about here. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is in the core of the storm. If it loads, these can be a little finicky in the core of the storm. But this is where we might be seeing some of the bigger hail. And I do see there are some, this is the better option if you are caught in a hailstorm, pull way over off the side of the road. You can actually get off the highway. That's even better, but at least you're not blocking traffic. But this area is seeing the hail and the heavy wind. This is north of Waste Dew, right up in this area. Some of the biggest hail may have already crossed this camera perspective. But right in here, coming towards the White Rock and Bell Creek areas, that's where we're going to have the largest hail. Hail may have come down a little bit in this storm. Oh, wait, so here's your area of rotation. So maybe starting to come into frame here, this lowering. This is going to be this lip, kind of a more of an RFD surge. That's not really a wall cloud. That lowering that we're seeing is this arc of RFD surge. So it's more of a shelf kind of cloud, but underneath that, back kind of behind the trees, that may be more of the mesocyclone kind of wall cloud, what's left of it, or kind of a reorganizing area of it. That would be back in here. I still don't think this is on the ground. Yeah, so that's a good look at things. This camera may start to shake a little bit. We may get some of this RFD surge right here at the Hater area. But this storm still has some organizing to do, I think, before it's tornadic. Yeah, they have backed this down to lime size hail, which is probably kind of the max hail we're getting out of this right now. That probably checks out. Like it's starting to lighten up a little bit on the areas north of Hater. Okay, starting to see the camera bobble a little bit. That's likely a little RFD surge coming across our camera perspective right now. This is why it's gotten a little bit darker in this camera as well the last couple minutes. And yeah, if there is a tornado, it's going to be tucked kind of back up in there, still kind of back along that tree line, which I don't see one. So this is giving the visual presentation that this storm is not super organized at the moment. It's not as organized as it was a little bit ago. There is still broad rotation showing up with this storm. Yeah, but it's very broad and disorganized at the moment. Our newest severe thunderstorm watch, just wanted to check that out since we got a few seconds here looking at this storm. Northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota, northeast Nebraska, and southeast South Dakota. That goes until 10 p.m. Central Time, another 5 hours from now, as it's about 5 o'clock in the Central Time Zone. And then that's for scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, up to 2.5 inches in diameter are likely, scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour possible, and a tornado or two. So taking it from the east and northeast areas, we'll kind of go on a little bit of a radar tour. Considerable threat now for 70-mile-an-hour winds in this area coming towards Three Rivers in Michigan. Centerville, Nowata, Mendon, and Leonidas all in this warning. You can see this surging up from the southwest to the north-northeast. So again, stay sturdy structure. Make sure you're in a safe, sturdy structure away from windows. 60-mile-an-hour winds, you can also see that is surging through areas like Burr Oak towards Matson, Colton, and Batavia. That's going a little bit more northeasterly. So keep an eye on that if you're up towards Girard, Union City, Coldwater, and eventually maybe up towards Portage in Michigan. There's some other stronger storms in Indiana right now. Not severe warned, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get another severe warning out of those as they make their way towards Fort Wayne. And then, let's see, up here we have severe warned storms, quarter-size hail, some gusty winds near Wittenberg. These are, I think, more elevated storms in north-central Wisconsin right now. Wittenberg, Tigerton, towards Mattoon. And then we have another stronger hailstorm, quarter-size hail, maybe $0.50 coming towards Wausau, Wisconsin. And keeping an eye, really, any of these storms in here could produce probably quarters to $0.50 size hail. Yeah, there's a few hail cores in here towards Nellisville, Wisconsin, and then a couple other severe warned cells in northwest Wisconsin. This is near Mondovi and near Durand or Maiden Rock. This area has a little bit of rotation too, so keeping an eye on that one. But both of those are more wind and hail as well. There are other couple storms that likely are producing a little bit of hail coming towards Cannon Falls and then also towards Red Wing, Minnesota. But this is our beefy supercell. Still doesn't look crazy organized at the moment near Hayter. Looks like our air rotation maybe has crossed this camera perspective. What streaming software are you using, Cruise? I haven't noticed any issues with the one I'm using, but actually, yeah, it's right kind of ahead of our camera. That's where the air rotation would be. It actually might be too close to our camera. It may be up above our camera right now, but still very broad. I've heard good things about Streamlabs. Yeah, that's one of the better, more well-known streaming software. I'm on OBS. It's kind of like the original one, but it works for me. So you may want to try that out. It's free too. I think Streamlabs works. Is that right? Is that the one? Streamlabs? I think they work off of the OBS like framework, if I remember right. Could be thinking of something else. Yeah, I think we're actually kind of like right under this broad circulation, or it's just passing our perspective here on the camera, but don't think there's anything on the ground on this storm. We pretty much confirmed that. Which is why this, let's see, this tornado warning expires in another 13 minutes, but the air rotation is actually just on the real edge of the warning polygon, so they may be kind of letting this go for a little bit and seeing if it kind of reorganizes further to the east. Camera's perspective. Yeah, yeah, that's true. You may just try for an update. Maybe it's just see if you can manually update it. If there's a new version, it maybe it was trying to do an update and got a little corrupted or something. So just kind of might have to reinstall. I don't know. I haven't had any problems with the OBS, but I was looking a while back. I was looking at a couple of different streaming platforms, and I just kind of stuck out this one. It's not the super modern one. It's a little bit old-fashioned looking. Doesn't have as much flashy stuff, but it works. There is a new flash flood warning that covers basically this whole area here in southeast Minnesota. So again, turn around, don't drown. We've had a lot of heavy rain in this area, then also some larger hail too. So please turn around, don't drown. And also there's going to be a little bit of a threat of some training thunderstorms. Looks like it's starting to reorganize again. Of course, just as it's crossed our camera perspective, it's trying to reorganize. Like just to the right of this camera, actually. Here's the other look at this rotation. This is from north of Hayter looking back towards that area of rotation. So that's just another look at things. But yes, it does look like it's trying to tighten back up. Luckily, it's crossed the highway there. It's going to be just right in this area, maybe just left of the camera on this perspective, and then it's going to be basically over or just to the right of this perspective. But they may adjust this camera, so I'm going to kind of leave it here. It's going to be just over on this side of the camera. This is a little bit better organized than it is than it has been. The only problem with it now is it is going to be interfered with by a couple of these other cells that are moving up. Yeah, and there are constructive and destructive cell mergers. Let me see this again. Oh, this one, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times if it's a cell merger on the forward flank. That does a little better because it doesn't totally disrupt the mesocyclone. If the mesocyclone is here and this cell slams into it, that tends to be a little bit more destructive of a cell merger. So, but the other thing it can do is cause it to tighten up briefly before the merger. So that's what we may be seeing here. This may try to produce a tornado briefly here, as essentially the RFD surge is kind of getting pushed back up towards the inflow. So it's almost kind of acting to funnel the inflow just even extra tight. The only problem is the cell merger that's going to continue pushing that cooler outflow and rain cooled air, and eventually, and not eventually, but very quickly cut off the inflow. So that's why there's a brief window here where this may try and tighten up, produce a quick tornado, and then very quickly be cut off from that inflow. So we'll see if that happens. If it does here, it's going to be just near White Willow, Goodhue. These areas here need to kind of keep an eye on this, even though you're not in a tornado warning right now. Surprised it doesn't have a tornado warning. I'm just double checking my other radar products, but it does not have a tornado warning right now because it's actually looking a little more organized than it did when the tornado warning was in progress. A new warning in Kansas, considerable threat for golf ball sized hail out of the storm near Cottonwood Falls. Not seeing a lot of rotation with it, but that is a nasty storm. Golf ball to lime sized hail. Most of that is west of Emporia right now. It's a little bit of a supercell, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I mentioned it kind of at the top of the stream, but this is the dry line, it looks like. It's kind of coming across the Wichita area. Still working east, as the dry line will work east late in the afternoon, just after kind of peak heating. And as it gets into the evening, though, it'll start working backwards. So we'll see actually how far this gets kind of across the Wichita area. It looks like it might be starting to stall out kind of right along the Wichita area as it's past 5 o'clock. And then as we get later into the evening, it'll start to retreat again. And yeah, we can see the dry line also here in the Oklahoma City radar. And also around the Frederick radar. It looks like it has kind of stalled out, kind of right in here. There are a couple little storms that have tried to fire, but they're not doing so great. There's also some wind towers in here, so that's why there's it looks like there's storms firing, but they're not. They're just stationary. Further south, though, we have had a little bit more activity. This one was a considerable threat, I think, for a while, but some small hail, a bit of rotation in there near Anson, Texas. Some other storms going up near Haskell, Texas. We'll keep an eye on those. And then some stronger storms also towards southern Texas, as well as flash flood warning for some very arid terrain. Poor drainage and low-lying areas may have some standing water. Let's see. Yeah, we've had 2 inches of rain so far and may get another 1 or 2, depending on storms. We've also had a couple isolated storms, severe warned across parts of the high plains, the northern high plains. Some stronger storms near Buffalo, South Dakota. Should be fairly limited severe storms out there. And then keeping an eye on Sioux Falls for this storm that's working up through South Dakota right now. It's kind of moving a little more easterly right now. So maybe if you're south of Sioux Falls, just keep an eye on this one. Parker over towards Harrisburg. Yeah, you too. Have fun on your stream. Seeing some other storms go up. We'll keep an eye on these ones west of Faribault, and also here near Fairmont. This was an area that I picked as a hypothetical chase target earlier today. We don't have any tornado warnings right now, so that's a new one right now so far. Still seeing some strong storms now. They're warning out ahead of this. This is also a different weather service office, so there's a weird little gap here, which is interesting, where they haven't warned because this is Northwest Indiana's weather office, and this is Grand Rapids. So Grand Rapids is warning way out ahead of this, which is a good idea for this surging line of storms coming up. It doesn't look quite as impressive as it did a little bit ago. Let's see. Hey, yeah, it is on the Northwest Indiana. The closer radar looks a little better. But yeah, pretty strong winds coming towards Pavilion, Galesburg, Battle Creek, Athens, Union City, Marshall, Marengo, and Albion. They're going to fill in a warning there for Union City, Girard. Mostly gusty winds with those two kind of leading storms. And then another area, 60-mile-an-hour winds. LaGrange over towards Jamestown. That storm is maybe marginally severe. This little kind of arc of storms that's lifting up into Michigan is a little more on the potent side than this one on the back end. Okay, so with the rain that we're seeing now on our camera is kind of that merged in storm across this area around Hayter. The circulation would be in here near Goodhue. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, it hasn't fully tightened up. It still has not gotten that. Surprised it didn't really try to produce right before that merger. Yeah, it's still never tightened up, even with that merger. This may try and reorganize, though, after it kind of incorporates this storm to the south. This little cell here. We'll see if it can kind of reorganize a new mesocyclone, but this may disrupt it for at least a little while. Still continue to stay aware of this storm from, say, Goodhue over towards Belchester and eventually over towards Lake City. That's in Minnesota. Some nasty hailstorms near Durand. An inch diameter hail we've already seen reported there. And a couple other storms in Minnesota. Now considerable warning for lime-sized hail around Nellisville. Called that earlier that storm looked like it had some larger hail in it. And then also some pretty good hail around Wisconsin Rapids, Stevens Point, and then lifting up quarter-sized hail around Wausau, and then also some hailstorms. Any of these here could have the quarters to $half size hail. This is kind of right on the Michigan and Wisconsin border. And not quite yet. Northern Wisconsin, northeast Wisconsin. Speaking of the Michigan-Wisconsin border, there's tons of flood warnings. So not great that this area is going to get some more rain here along the border of Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan. Take a look at this storm. This is our other considerable threat for golf ball to lime-sized hail. We've seen that around Cottonwood Falls. Like TV and law enforcement reported. Hail reports from social media. And then a delayed picture. That is working towards the west sides of Emporia, Kansas. Just adjusting a couple things here on the back end. One has a little bit of a hook on it. Keep an eye on that storm. Definitely has a history of larger hail. Let's go back into Michigan. Take a look at this here in a second. That looks good. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? Oop, double checking my audio there real quick. All right. Um, maybe a little bit early for Minnesota, but especially southern Minnesota, starting to get into April, a little bit of an uptick in severe weather. So we're close. We're not super far off. If this was like early parts of the severe weather season, it'd be a little bit more unique. However, Sarah is correct that Minnesota, more of your tornadoes, especially across like central northern Minnesota and into northern parts of Wisconsin and even the UP of Michigan, although generally cooler, so a little bit more stable there. But generally, this area does get tornadoes a little later into spring and really over summer, as kind of a ridge pattern tends to build across like the central U.S. and that kind of shuts down a lot of the severe weather across the southern U.S. and storm system kind of gets pushed way north, so you get more of these northwest flow events across the Canadian border, and also that kind of coincides with derecho season where you get some all hazards, severe risks. But yeah, that that kind of tends to happen across like this area later into the summer, especially like June and early July. I think there's a couple different good streaming software. So if you are interested in streaming for not just weather but like other stuff, I don't know if it's on YouTube much, but like you could live stream your own cooking shows or whatever your hobby is. You can pretty much live stream it on YouTube. As long as it's like an all ages thing. That's another type of stream we're talking about if it's something else. But if you have like a nice hobby and you want to stream it, there's a lot of good streaming softwares. But yeah, some are crazy expensive. I've been an OBS fan since I started streaming. It's I think one of the original ones. So it's not quite as fancy as some of the other ones, but it's a lot more cost effective. Still seeing some rotation in this, but near Goodhue, this storm just has not got it together. It's gotten a little bit more disorganized as of late with those storm interactions. I do think it's going to try and clear out the inflow again. It does look like it's trying to clear out a new inflow notch. So we'll see if this does kind of cycle and tries to reform a stronger mesocyclone. If it does, it would be somewhere in this area, kind of east and southeast of Goodhue, towards Lake City, and maybe eventually towards the Wisconsin border around Pepin. Keep an eye on that area, probably north of West Albany, Minnesota. So kind of nothing going on, nothing tornadic, but just kind of keep an eye on things, especially if you're in this area that I've kind of circled in southeast Minnesota. A couple new warnings going up. This is one that's an interesting storm. And yeah, it's one I'm selfishly interested in because it's near where I pegged as a hypothetical chase target. If I was out today, it would be in this area. I think I said around Fairmont, Minnesota. Just because earlier a bunch of different models showed some different things, but Fairmont looked like a good place where you could drop south if there were storms that set up south of there, or you can go kind of east, north, or west, or kind of any directions from this area. So this was a good chase target, at least starting point. It does look like the boundary has lifted a little bit further north than the I-90 corridor. This is I-90 across southern Minnesota. It doesn't quite do that wiggle. I just kind of missed it there, but yeah, that's like I-90 right there. And some of the earlier modeling showed storms kind of firing right along I-90, or even some of it tracking just south of I-90. It does look like our storm corridor is set up maybe just on the north side of that, but Either way, a decent kind of chase corridor out here across southern Minnesota. So this is one to watch. This is our newest severe thunderstorm warning there. St. James and areas like South Branch, Louisville, Minnesota. That is for northern Martin County and southeastern, oh boy, Watonwan County. I'm going to butcher some names on this stream for sure, so stay tuned for that. And sorry if I've completely called your town name the complete opposite of what it should be called. Moving northeast at 25, it's 21 miles north of Fairmount. And this will eventually approach a little bit more populated areas, especially on the south and southwest sides of Mankato, Minnesota. Pretty popular college town there. Yeah, let's get a storm track on this storm. Not much rotation yet, so I'm going to kind of take it out from the leading edge of more of the heavier precip and hail potentially. Actually, let me first just kind of... Yeah, right now it is actually lifting a little bit more towards Mankato. So it does have a little bit ways to go. It's kind of a slow mover at the moment, but St. James about 11. No, St. James you're like now. I don't know why that's kind of... I guess maybe from that 5 to 10 minutes for St. James for this to kind of work up the strongest part of this storm to work up your way. And then from there, South Branch, also kind of about 10 to 12 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a slow mover. So I guess Crystal Lake, about an hour, Garden City, an hour. So far, these storms are not moving that fast across this area. I do want to check on our storms to the south. These are kind of behaving about what was thought by the Storm Prediction Center. There are a couple of considerable threat storms. This one near Sterling City, west of San Angelo. A couple other storms are going up. Could be severe eventually here around Anson. That was severe warned earlier. I don't know why that's still not severe warned. That likely does have some at least quarter-size hail in that storm. A new storm north of Haskell is one to watch as well. We may get a few storms across this area. These are a little bit more favorable environment. Then we've had a long track, or a somewhat long track hail producing storm, kind of rode up like this. That still is producing some hail, but it has decreased quite a bit as of late around Emporia, Kansas. And yeah, the storms here are more conditional along the dry line. They have not really sustained themselves like we've seen most of the last couple days with storms that have been severe at times, but not really long sustaining cells. Still a strong storm. Wouldn't be surprised if this one's marginally severe. Columbia City over towards Huntington, and that's going to approach areas around Fort Wayne. Special weather statement there for Fort Wayne. And then marginally severe storms in northern Indiana, Angola, Jamestown, Fremont. Pick up severe warned storms near Union City and Girard. We've lost actually quite a bit of our storms across Three Rivers. And yeah, the wind threat is coming down in those storms. Those storms are decreasing in intensity. You can see the look of those just over the past few minutes. Looks like some new storms kind of fired along the leading edge of those and really wiped out the intensity of those severe warned storms. So yeah, and actually some of this is now getting shoved a little more towards the east. So some of these areas here up towards Battle Creek may not even see a lot of severe weather there. So we'll keep an eye on those. Let me see. I think we got some cameras around Fort Wayne I can pull up. It's about 5:30 Central Time, so 6:30 in the Eastern Time Zone. Those storms are going to make a nasty rush hour commute there for Fort Wayne. Ooh, yeah, those are some pretty dark clouds. See if this one loads. I've also been watching this ferry camera from Wisconsin. not just for the weather, but it's been super interesting, them loading up the ferry and then taking it back on the other side of the bridge is where the ferry looks like goes. So it makes kind of an S pattern across the river, and then it comes back around. But that's been a super interesting camera. Oh, let me see if I can pick a different camera for our Fort Wayne locations. Hmm. Here's those storms coming into the 69 corridor there at Fort Wayne. See if that one loads. There is a pretty good burst of wind in here. I would not be surprised if we have some marginally severe storms. This may get a severe warning, actually. Looks like we have some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and we're pretty close to the radar site, too. Coming through Columbia City, Indiana, approaching areas around the western suburbs of Fort Wayne. And then we have a decent number of severe warning storms. They all could produce quarters to $half size hail in this little area across central Wisconsin right now. We're seeing some new warnings going up for these near Cornell, quarters and 60, Chippewa National Forest, south of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. This is a little bit of a nastier cluster of storms. 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're a little bit sheared in here. So we'll keep an eye on those ones. This cell is, I think, going to try to produce again. We'll see if it does. The hail has come up again in this cell. This is our original supercell that was tornado warned near Faribault, Minnesota. Produced some 3-inch diameter hail and tried to produce at least a couple tornadoes, but it doesn't look like, at least on radar, that it got it together. And then we saw it cross the highway there. I think that's Highway 63, US Highway 63 earlier, where it never fully produced. There goes the ferry. You can see out on the left of your screen, and then, yeah, it's going to kind of go down the middle of the river and then make a left turn, and the other ferry dock is on the other side of the bridge. But yeah, this is looking a little more interesting. It's starting to get that broad rotation again. It's also, the hail core has come up, so that's indicating that there is a pretty potent updraft that's lifting hail up to some pretty big levels. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some 2-inch diameter hail again. Let me see what my other side radar products are showing. Yeah, we're starting to get some big hail showing up on a couple of these products. So we may start to get some lime size plus, closer to the baseball size hail again. This is getting into areas like Lake City, Lake Pepin, areas right on the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. Trying to get a read where everything is. Okay. That is in a good area. A new warning for a storm that's gone up just to the north of Mankato. Another storm that is an interesting one to watch. It's kind of right along that boundary, but we will keep an eye on that storm. Here's a live look at Mankato, kind of between two different storms. And then we had the tornado possible tag with the storm south of St. James. Still showing some broad rotation in that cell. A couple of their cells, tornado possible tag now for areas around Fluta and also southwest parts of Minnesota. And then a lime-sized hail-producing thunderstorm near Lamar's and Kingsley in northwest parts of Iowa. That's a neat storm. We've also had a couple more storms that have gone severe warning near Wausau, Rib Mountain, and coming towards Burnhamwood. That one has some nasty hail in it too, and some other cells have considerable threats for lime-sized hail. Any of these cells up here in Wisconsin could produce, I think, at least quarters to $half size with some isolated lime-sized hail reports. So yeah, watch out around Stevens Point, Marshfield, Wausau, and points to the north and east. And then this cell is also looking up. These are those little sheared cells that are near Mondovi, south of Eau Claire. They're looking a little more interesting in the last little bit. This one is starting to develop a little area of rotation and a little bit of a hook on its southern flank. So we'll keep an eye on this one as this lifts off towards Mondovi, Wisconsin, and eventually to those areas south of Eau Claire. We'll keep an eye on that. Where is that? I think we got some cameras in that general area too, so we'll let me look to reposition some cameras. As I suspected we might get, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning. Whoa. This thing is, look at the dust blowing there. This is that same camera I was trying to get loading earlier around Fort Wayne. This is a 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm, but that looks maybe higher than 60. And this camera has gone absolutely berserk. These cameras are generally pretty sturdy. They are elevated, but yeah, look at the blowing dust. Right here on the leading edge of this. This is just on the west side of Fort Wayne. Yeah, that is probably 60 plus. On the leading edge of that. Look at that. That is absolutely insane. That is a dangerous storm. This is a dangerous storm. Yeah, there's some readings in here higher than 60. And generally these cameras are pretty secure. So Fort Wayne, you're going to want to be in a sturdy structure for this. That is some nasty wind approaching Fort Wayne with some blowing dust that's going to reduce visibilities, and then also the heavy rain just tucked behind there. This is at I-69 and Airport Expressway. If anyone knows, yeah, right there on the leading edge. So yeah, you're gonna get the heavy rain and wind, or the heavy rain is just behind the leading edge of this blowing dust and the heavier wind. But that's surging out right across our camera perspective. And yeah, that may be some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds potentially in here. Yeah, that has that camera going absolutely wild. Actually surprised this camera's working. Some of the cameras in these Indiana cameras are a little finicky, but that one is actually really going crazy. That's obviously going to affect some travel delays if you have a flight out of Fort Wayne. This is out ahead of that. This is on the east side of Fort Wayne. So we'll see if this kind of holds through town. But that is some nasty storms there. We should see on this camera if it continues to load, actually. We should see the heavy rain move into this camera. Still blowing around pretty good. But yeah, this kind of haziness, that's the blowing dust out along the leading edge of this. And we're seeing some readings here that are pushing 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Those are coming through downtown Fort Wayne right now, through the airport. And then, yeah, the heavy rain is just tucked behind that. But yeah, severe warning storm continues here across Fort Wayne, Indiana. And 60 mile an hour is at least is the wind in here. Whitley, Huntington, Paulding, and Van Wert counties. A couple of those are in Indiana, and then Paulding and Van Wert, the western sides of those counties, as this warning polygon does extend out across parts of the Indiana and Ohio border. And it's moving east at 50 miles an hour. So I do want to get, let's get a track on this real quick and track out the leading edge of this. At 50 miles an hour. Now we're getting into the wind and rain part of that storm. It's going to be in Fort Wayne less than 5 minutes if it's not already. New Haven, that's about 12 minutes. And then Cedarville, about 15 minutes. Monroeville, Indiana, 23. And then it does get into Van Wert, Ohio, about 42 minutes. Paulding, 40 minutes. And Antwerp on the Ohio-Indiana border, about 30 minutes. So it's going to very quickly work its way through the Fort Wayne area. Again, kind of leading edge right in here. And I do want to get in a little bit closer so you can see some of those areas there. It's approaching the areas around Purdue, Fort Wayne, and New Haven about 9 minutes from now. There's some of the times on the screen there on the corner of your screen. Hoagland, 13 minutes. Maples, 12. Yoder, 9. And let's see. Kessel on the southeast side of Fort Wayne, about 7 minutes. And then Dixon, right on the state line, 23 minutes. So this camera perspective is basically in this area, New Haven, right about here. It's looking towards the north, so we're looking at that kind of cell up here. Well, this camera should get slammed by the heavy wind in the next few minutes too. We'll see if it still has the blowing dust, and even a little bit of a gustnado look at one point there on that screen just a few minutes ago in the Fort Wayne area. A couple other stronger storms in southern Michigan right now. Hillsdale, Jonesville, and up towards Marshall and Albion. Gusts to 60 and some small hail. We have a new tornado warning. Observed tornado warning. A little bit further north than expecting a lot of tornadoes today, but damaging tornado confirmed. Tornado was located near Jump River, or 21 miles southeast of Ladysmith, Wisconsin, moving northeast at 35. It's an emergency management reported tornado. So damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. That is in this storm near the Pershing Wildlife area. Looks like if there is a tornado, it's going to be in this area of rotation. Boy, it's hard to see, but there is a little area of rotation. And it may have peaked there just as it's moving across this area. But it's in here near the Pershing Wildlife area. Looks like it's moving more northerly. It is moving northeast at 35. Bring this back into that range. Jump River, about 10 to 12 minutes. So definitely take cover there. I don't believe there's going to be many things. It's basically at State Highway 73 and County Highway M. Yulee, about 5 to 7 minutes also there on Highway M. And then it will get up towards Jump River and County Road D near the Kidrick Swamp in about 10 to 12 minutes. But yeah, if you're in northwestern Taylor County in north central Wisconsin, you need to be in your tornado safe space. That's everywhere around that Pershing Wildlife area, as well as areas around Jump River and Yulee, I think it was. Yeah, Yulee. All right, this little, I guess, guide wire is starting to move around a little bit, so I think we're about to get into that heavier wind in the Fort Wayne area in the next couple minutes. Yeah, it's a dangerous storm, a little bit further from the radar site, too. Also watching that rotation pickup in that cell near Mondovi, Wisconsin. I'm surprised that isn't at least severe warned. That storm likely has some small hail to at least quarters to $half size hail. And then this storm still being considerable threat warned for tennis ball size hail around Lake City and Lake Pepin, right on the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. Rotation is in here. It is kind of picking up a little bit again. So we'll see. It's kind of an embedded supercell. I can still see kind of the supercell in it, kind of in this area. But it's all kind of rain wrapped and a little bit disorganized with all those cell mergers. It has broad, strong rotation, so not imminently tornadic, but there are some. It's a gusty meso. There are some gusts in here that are likely pushing severe gusts as well. And then the larger hail sitting back near Lake City. This storm has a history of producing at least 2 to 3 inch diameter hail at times. So it's doing that again as it crosses from Minnesota into Wisconsin. And then our other cell is also tornado possible tag southwest of Mankato. Still has a broad area of circulation. A couple of these cells near Mankato are also pretty feisty right now. Just earlier, just a tennis ball size hail report there, 2.5 inches in diameter at Ormsby, Minnesota. And then also being reported at lime size hail around St. Peters, Minnesota. A couple of these cells are starting to really fire up across the southern parts of Minnesota that are going to be interesting to watch the next few minutes. Starting to lose the punch a little bit on this cell. This is a supercell, though. You can see that little hook echo. Doesn't have a really punchy area of rotation, but And if it did produce a tornado, we'd probably get it notified pretty quickly, as there's likely some storm spotters out here. But this still could produce some larger hail in here near Reading and Barkley, coming out towards Osage City. Yeah, it's a small, it's shrunk in size a little bit, but that is a small but nasty little cell across east central parts of Kansas. And yeah, very isolated storms firing along the dry line. Severe warning storm there around Seymour, Texas. The storm around Anson did get rewarned for ping pong ball size hail. This is well north of Abilene, with some ping pong ball size hail, and then also golf ball size hail possible near Sterling City, Texas. A couple other new warnings are going off here, so we'll get to those in just a minute. But I do want to look at this storm. Yeah, it's approaching the areas around New Haven, Kessel. It's through downtown Fort Wayne, and areas like Purdue University there at Fort Wayne, coming up towards Cedarville, Grable, Harlan, Woodburn, and then over towards Zulu, Maples, Townley. This is a really nasty cell coming through a very populated area of Fort Wayne. And we saw the blowing dust and even a little bit of debris getting kicked up on the leading edge of this. We'll see if this can show that again. Yeah, that leading edge is kind of right in here. And the leading edge of the rain is tucked a couple miles behind that. So you get the big burst of wind first before you get the heavy rain. There are a couple pockets of maybe some small hail, but that's mostly a wind threat coming into the Fort Wayne and through Fort Wayne. If you haven't left work yet, just give it a few minutes, let this storm pass, because it is a nasty one. New storms in Iowa, $half size hail around Kinsey, Marcus, and Cherokee. It's a new warning there for Cherokee and Plymouth counties in northwest Iowa. They've also extended that severe warning for the supercell that's crossing the border here between Wisconsin and Minnesota. And I think it's going to try and cycle again, but we'll see. Ping pong to $half size, or ping pong to lime to tennis ball size hail. I think it's probably in that lime size range. But that's now a new warning there into Wisconsin for Wabash, Buffalo counties. And then yeah, watching this cell probably needs its own warning. Rotation, it looks like it's picking up, but no, that's going to be side lobe. There is a little bit of a hook on this. That also, the side lobe though, means there is hail picking up in this cell of its own. So this likely has some larger hail of its own. You can see that in the correlation coefficient, and also should be able to see that in differential. Yes, we can. Right in here. This needs its own warning. Probably, if I was doing it, it would be a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for, say, this area, basically south of Eau Claire, maybe up towards the town of Washington, but certainly Mondovi, over towards Elva, Strum, and Osseo. Keep an eye on this storm. It's definitely one of the more potent storms, and right now it's technically not severe warned. And then this has gone back to radar indicated. As we kind of saw earlier, it looked like the rotation maybe peaked a little bit ago south of Jump River. Kind of a weird little area, but it did look like it had some rotation on it. See if this camera loads. It might be into the heavy wind and rain already around the Fort Wayne area. That camera might be not loading. It's kind of in the middle of it. But this is a heavily traveled area. This is at US 30 and the Beltway there. I think is that 369. I remember right. Yeah, or 469 and US 30. If that does load. We do have a new tornado warning. This is our second tornado warning here. Basically, our second tornado warning cell in Minnesota today. This is for that area out of South Branch, Truman, and Louisville. Tennis ball size hail is also the possibility there. It's going to be about 20 miles north of Fairmount for areas around Blue Earth County, Martin County, and Watauga County. Watauga County. I think that's how you say it. Moving east. It has turned more easterly than northeast. And so it's moving east at 20. Tornado and tennis ball size hail. Rotation in here near South Branch. So again, Truman, Louisville, Nashville Center, Willow Creek. All need to be in tornado safe places there. Yeah, it's starting to hook out. It's a fairly small cell, so I'm going to take it kind of towards the east. And that was at 20. This one's a little bit further from the radar, but still get a pretty good perspective of it. So yeah, Louisville, 11 minutes or so. That's going to be from the kind of the heavier precip. You may get some hail before that around Louisville. And then Amboy, 52 minutes if that holds together. That's at the end of the warning polygon. They've kept that warning polygon pretty compact because it's moving so slowly. I think we're into the rain and wind now across this perspective for the camera. Yes. That is some heavy wind if these cameras are all struggling too. A couple of these other cells are interesting. They are in a sheared environment, so you can see some of their shear. They are also producing some sizable hail, lime-sized hail in here near St. Peter's. We've had some lime-sized hail reports just a little bit ago by a train spotter in Nicollet, Minnesota, just about 15, 20 minutes ago. We also have other storms that could produce some larger hail in here north of Fairmount or Faribault, Montgomery, La Center, and Lonsdale. Some gustier winds in that cell too. And still keeping an eye, rotation picking up a little bit near Reed's Landing and Wabasha. We'll keep an eye on this area. It's very broad circulation at the moment. And then this is the one that I'm still surprised has no severe warning right now. This one has large hail of its own, even though it's kind of actually between two warning polygons. This is a nasty cell coming towards Foster in Wisconsin, Cleghorn, Allen, and Oseo. You guys need to be in a sturdy structure. Be ready to take your tornado safety measures on a short notice there for that cell. Here's a look at those areas right at Foster. Let me adjust this camera just a little bit here. A little bit of work to do on this camera. Okay, trim that up. That should be good. This is at Foster. So this is ahead of that supercell that's quickly developing here. It does show broad rotation as well. So this needs its own warning, frankly. At least a severe thunderstorm, tornado possible tag I would put on that. But yeah, if you're in Strum, Elva, Oseo, and Foster, start to get to that safe place, that sturdy structure away from windows, and be ready to take your tornado safety precautions if you need to. Cleghorn, Allen, Foster, Oseo areas, and Strum. Uh, East of Mondovi now in Wisconsin, that is a nasty cell. We've lost our other tornado warning across northern parts of Wisconsin, but still some areas that have some tornado possible tags, but also some ping pong ball size hail near Marshfield, Wisconsin, and then up near south of Jump River, a little bit less populated area up there. Yeah, starting to see a pretty good cluster of severe storms from basically north central Wisconsin down to southwest Minnesota. And then there's another kind of separate cluster storms. They haven't really moved that much. They haven't made a lot of eastward progress, but this area in northwest parts of Iowa, a couple areas of severe storms, ping pong ball size hail, $50 size hail, ping pongs, Pilgrim, Sheldon down to Ramson, and then over towards Cherokee, and then a couple of these other cells near Esther and Emmitsburg could also have some larger hail. A couple smaller cells, but some rotation in those cells near Windham and Dundee, Minnesota. That's a new warning there for tornado possible tag and $50 size hail. Jackson, Noble, Cottonwood, and Murray counties in southwest Minnesota. Another storm north of our tornado warn storm, also showing some signs of rotation, but also some larger hail picking up in there. That is quarter size hail for Blue Earth, Brown, and Nicollet counties. Still seeing our tennis ball size hail. Tornado potential there around South Branch, Louisville, and Truman. And tornado warning there continues there for another 37 minutes. Then strong storms north and south of Mankato. A little bit of a mini supercell there. And we can actually see that one. That's on our camera perspective there. That's looking towards that storm near Janesville. A little bit of rotation also showing there near St. Clair. And then just north of Mankato around St. Peter, the storm has produced lime-sized hail in Nicollet County. So considerable threat there for St. Peter, Ottawa, Cleveland, north of Mankato. Other considerable threats, severe thunderstorms near Montgomery, and then approaching areas around Northfield, Minnesota. And then our big supercell that had the tornado warnings earlier this afternoon is about out of Minnesota. It is still rotating near Reed's Landing with some big hail near Tiffany Wildlife Area, Nelson, up to Maxville, Wisconsin. Keep an eye on this one here in Wisconsin. This one is going to be a pretty powerful storm for northern Wabasha County in Minnesota and Buffalo County in west central Wisconsin. And if you're out ahead of this storm, keep an eye on this storm too. Areas like Strum again, Mondovi, Medina, over towards Whitehall. You definitely want to monitor the weather if you're out ahead of this beefy supercell. Let's go back down to our areas around Fort Wayne. Looks like they've extended that watch area a little bit into Ohio a little further too. So a little bit of a severe watch continues there. A little bit of rotation on the kind of the northern end of that, but it's mostly a wind event. We saw some very strong winds with at least blowing dust and maybe a gust NATO a little bit ago on the west side of Fort Wayne. The cameras are still kind of down, so it leads me to believe there's some pretty heavy wind and rain still in there. But there is a look at the Fort Wayne area. And then this is a look here out of that area around Foster in Wisconsin. That was getting a new camera lined up. That is south of Eau Claire in this area, ahead of this other kind of supercell near Strum that should have its own warning for some larger hail. but then also back here towards Nelson, we're watching that storm. So we have a couple cameras ready to go for the Wisconsin storms. And then there's our other area from Mankato. A little bit of rotation also in this cell north of Faribault. So keeping an eye on this one. Here's a look at that storm. That's kind of the hook of it. Just north of Faribault, Minnesota. Don't see anything imminently tornadic, at least on the look of those clouds, but we'll keep an eye on this one. Some larger hail is likely in here near Northfield. Actually, I'll probably just relocate this up towards the Northfield area. Let's see, it's going to be that area. See if we can get any of the larger hail falling out of this storm. Probably going to be just north of there. This camera loads, it'd be in the larger hail core near Old Dutch Road and Millersburg Boulevard, just to the west of Northfield. Okay, here's the camera just north of there. Yeah, that's at basically in that hail core. So that's a good look. I don't see any like super large hail in here, but what's it being warned for? It's being warned for considerable threat for golf ball size hail. There's kind of two storms though. There's one here and one here. They both could have at least half dollar size hail to golf ball size hail. And then back here we have our lime sized hail. Let me just double check and see what some of our other radar products off to the side show with those. Yeah, lime-sized hail is probably potential in all of those, at least. All three of these could have some lime-sized hail in it, so we'll see if we get any larger hail showing on this camera perspective. And actually, this camera's pretty lined up for the next one, too. So a couple of chances at lime-sized hail across parts of southern Minnesota there around Northfield. And they are going to warn that cell near Strum, at least the hail part of it. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Surprising they don't warn the whole box. This may be a different warning area for a forecast area for a different National Weather Service office, though. Still one tornado warning. That's Blue Earth County in central Minnesota, south central Minnesota. Again, we'll get in here. It's near Truman. Still seeing rotation in here between Truman and Louisville. Yeah, it's a little further from the radar site, but we're seeing that generally there between Truman and Louisville with that broad area of circulation. This storm also has a history of producing larger hail, so continue to stay in your safe place there, Truman and Louisville. If you're over towards St. James and South Branch, you guys are free of that warning polygon. Take it easy though as they come up. There may be some larger hail around, so and don't go too far from your safe place because there are some pretty nasty storms to your north and west that may tend to work through the area. A couple of them, like that one south of New Ulm, also have some rotation. Pulling up to see if there's any updates here from the National Weather Service. Let's take a look. Again, if you're new here, give us a like and follow, but also make sure to send this out to any of your friends and family that are in any of the affected areas, even if you're not. A couple minutes ago, isolated supercell and tornado potential will be monitored this evening. A small mesoscale discussion. I'll pull it up here. I don't usually like to pull them up because they clutter the screen a little bit. This is a very small mesoscale discussion for basically this cell that continues to show considerable threat, again, for tennis ball size hail and areas here. It doesn't really have a tornadic signature right now, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Osage City and Linden in parts of eastern Kansas. And otherwise, most of the dry line is not convecting, at least at the moment. The other parts of the National Weather Service, developing tornado and very large hail threat. Let me just pull up the mesoscale discussions. I'll read them off to the side, but you can kind of see at least what's going on. There's actually quite a few of them. They're busy with mesoscale discussions today. This is the mesoscale discussion across this area, south central Minnesota. Yeah, developing tornado and very large hail threat. So these storms are going to continue to upscale. We're kind of seeing that right now. Again, the camera above me, that's from the area around Northfield with some larger hail, golf ball size hail reported in that cell. And some of those cells are showing some rotation. So we'll keep an eye on those. And then the other area, favorable corridor for tornadoes along the warm front, is that area where we are also watching that formerly tornado warned cell, but also that newer cell south of Eau Claire that I'm keeping a very close eye on. Those areas are also being monitored. And then isolated damaging wind threat remains in the cluster of the multi-cell storms. Not as much of a tornado threat out here. And it's really kind of the one storm that we saw the blowing dust and a little bit of debris and stuff getting kicked up. That storm does seem to be a little less potent than it is. It's coming into Paulding and Van Wert counties in Ohio. So we'll keep an eye on that. Fort Wayne, you're going to start to clear out on the backside of those storms. But not as big of a threat anymore across Indiana right now. But again, you may get some more storms later. And especially if these storms do cluster together and ride, kind of down like this that some of the models showed. Some of those areas in northern Indiana may get a little feisty later today too. Also seeing a couple newer storms going up along kind of a, looks like a degraded boundary here. You can see that boundary, and some new storms are lighting up south of Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on those as well. Maybe an isolated stronger storm still in southwest parts of Michigan. There are also some new storms that have convected, I think, between the dry line, which looks like it is starting to retreat back towards the west. But also there's also some rain-cooled boundaries set by that original supercell. And it looks like there are some new storms also going up there in Kansas. So we'll keep an eye on that cluster of storms in Kansas. Yeah, there is some rotation showing in that cell near Osage City and Linden and all of that. So we'll keep an eye there in Kansas. And then nothing else right now. A couple stronger storms again near San Angelo that are severe warned, golf ball size hail out in some of those higher terrain areas west of San Angelo. They are going to warn that cell that's lifting along that boundary between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids. So keeping an eye on those cells. Again, that's for Berry County in southwest Michigan. A new tornado warning observed again. It's that same, no, yeah, it's that same cluster of storms. New observed tornado warning is for that cluster of storms up by Jump River. Yeah, it's the same cluster of storms. Observed tornado warning for Taylor County in north central Wisconsin. Confirmed tornado by weather spotters. And that is 8 miles west of Chelsea or 12 miles northwest of Medford, moving east at 30. This looks like it's going to be... Let me clear off some of these mesoscale discussions. There's actually quite a few of them today. There's also some mesoscale discussions for the flash flood issues too around here. Yeah, seeing it very broadly, but it's in this area near Chelsea. It's really far from the radar site, and it's looks like blocked by a hail core. This is a hail shadow on the radar, a hail spike. So there's some very large hail in here. But yeah, if that is still producing a tornado, it would be in here southwest sides of Chelsea. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions there in Taylor County, Westboro, Chelsea, areas along State Highway 102 and State Highway 13 towards Rib Lake and the Taylor County Forest. That is a nasty cell. The storm that I've been watching for, I don't know, an hour or so is finally also getting a tornado warning near Strum. We've called you guys a bunch of times, but this is finally tightened up near Strum. Bit of side lobe contamination on this. The actual, let's find the actual reflect. Yeah, there it is. A little bit of weird spot there. But there is rotation here near Strum, US Highway 10 and County Highway H. It's going to work towards Oseo, Wisconsin. And yes, we do have cameras ready to rock and roll near Oseo. I don't know if that's saying it right. It could be Oseo. All right, so this is right at just to the areas just north of Oseo, between Oseo and Foster, so it's going to be kind of right there, just off our tornado warning storm. This actually may get into the hail core in here. There is a hail core in here. That's going to ride up towards Foster, so continue to stay in a sturdy structure there. Allen Foster, County Road Highway HH, County Road V, Nick's Corner, and then from Strum over to Oseo. That's where the tornado threat is located. Again, that's on Highway 10 between Strum and Oseo. I also wouldn't be surprised if this considerable threat supercell tries to reform and tighten an area of rotation. It's a big, beefy supercell with a really big hail core on it near Wabasha, coming across into the Wisconsin side of things from Minnesota. It looks like it's trying to clear out some inflow region. We'll see if it can do that. If it doesn't anytime soon, that would be a good thing. But this is going to be coming over towards Medina, Independence, Whitehall, and maybe over towards Strum again. And this may try and tornado here pretty quickly around Strum and Oseo. We'll keep an eye on that one. Already see some precip coming down in this cell. Yeah, you're going to get the hail and the wind first. We may start to see some pretty big hail in this storm near Foster. The hail has definitely come up in that cell. And then again, we still have an observed tornado. All of our observed tornado warnings so far today have been up in the North Woods in north central Wisconsin. So not the most favorable chasing area up here, but these have been emergency management and storm spotter reports. So I don't know if there's any actual chasers up here, but certified storm spotters and emergency managers do usually pick out tornadoes pretty accurately. So yeah, we've had a couple different observed reports up in those areas near Jump River. Considerable threat continues there for that cell near St. Peter's. Things are getting pretty active in the 6 o'clock hour. We also have the considerable threat for golf ball size hail. All these storms in here, the one near Northfield, the one approaching Northfield near Montgomery, and the one near St. Peter's, all basically could have golf ball to lime-sized hail, and then also have some tornado potential, some tornado possible potential there. And then let's go back a little bit west of Mankato. Let me see. Have that yet? Here's the area right around Mankato. Mankato, it's actually been dry in Mankato for the minute, but it's starting to close in a little bit. Mankato has kind of avoided some of the storms immediately in downtown Mankato, but to your west is a storm to watch near New Ulm and Stark. This one is a tornado possible, or it did have a tornado possible tag. It does have some rotation in it near Stark, but it's also likely producing larger than quarter size hail, at least $half size hail. And then still watching the tornado warned storm near Truman. This is wrapped up a little bit tighter here along State Highway 30, approaching Willow Creek. So keep an eye on this storm near Willow Creek. Still radar indicated tornado warning there. And we did get a new tornado warning for areas around Mountain Lake. And yeah, seeing rotation in here north of Wisdom, near Bingham Lake and Mountain Lake, land of 10,000 lakes. So a lot of communities are named with lakes. Overall, those storms are also getting a tornado possible tag for the storm behind it. These are a couple storms that have some tornado potential there. And then seeing a little bit more rotation in that storm near Lake Park on the Iowa side of things. Most of these storms in Iowa have been hail producers, ping pong ball size hail. In those storms near Emmitsburg and Sheldon, also a hail producing storm on the south sides of Sioux Falls. Keep an eye on that storm as it's going over the Sioux Falls metro. This is the most tornado warnings we've had so far today. We have 4 tornado warnings all at once. Let me just double check further south. No, Texas is staying kind of calm. And we are seeing a little bit more storms going up. This one lead storm has had some rotation on it. It's near 277th Street in Kansas. It's south of Osage City, moving towards Linden. We'll keep an eye on that one. That one also has lime-size hail. It's had a long history of producing lime-size hail. It's actually worked to the north and then kind of turned and worked at like this pattern. But it's had golf ball to lime-size hail for a lot of its track. It's now kind of re-intensified. And then there is also some stronger storms now to its west, kind of between the rain-cooled air of the lead supercell and the dry line. Those are producing quarters to ping pong ball size hail. North of Strong City, north of Emporia. Keeping an eye on this one, and so is the Storm Prediction Center with basically a mesoscale discussion out for this storm. The other thing that's a little bit concerning is generally down the line, it's getting into some more populated areas southwest of Kansas City, Ottawa, Baldwin City, Gardner, and maybe towards Olathe, but especially further south from there, Paola, Ottawa, Baldwin City. We got to really keep our eye on that one. That is generally working towards the east, and that is a sign of a strengthening supercell as well, as it's kind of turned more towards the east, where it was originally going to the northeast. So let me grab a quick drink real quick, and then we'll take these kind of top to bottom. There's a lot of storms. You may be in a severe warning, and I haven't covered you yet because there's a lot of hailstorms. So definitely be in a sturdy structure, but we're going to focus in after I get a refill real quick on the tornado warned storms and also a couple of the tornado possible storms. Things are starting to get a little bit crazier on the camera here, and I think the hail is starting to come down. Yeah, that's starting to see some hail come down. Another bridge camper hiding under the bridge. Please don't do that. Please don't block the highways under bridges and overpasses. But this is the north side of that tornado warned cell in where is that? Yeah, near Osseo, Wisconsin. And that is likely some big boy hail in here. I don't know what's going on with the National Weather Service. They've been late to warn this storm. It should have had a severe thunderstorm for a while. They're also warning it only for quarter-size hail. It has much larger than quarter-size hail. This is a big miss. Whatever is going on with this National Weather Service office here in northern Wisconsin, they've missed this storm several times, so I don't know exactly what's going on here. But that's some big boy hail falling on our camera. And again, still a radar indicated tornado warning there near Osseo. A little bit of side load contamination, so that air rotation isn't super feisty, but please don't block highways like this, like we may be starting to see. Because what happens here, like we are seeing right now, is 1 or 2 cars park underneath the overpass, and then another car tries to park, and then you run out of places to park, so people start blocking the entire highway. It's better to pull off before you drive into the big dark cloud, and then you won't get into the hail. But yeah, I think we're starting to see some hail because people are pulling off, but also you can kind of tell the hail versus the rain because it pings off the camera a little bit more velocity pinging off the camera. And ooh, I don't know if they turn that camera back. I don't know if that's trash, but there's a couple white ball looking things that could be some really big hail falling on our camera. Not every hailstone has big hail. Yeah, that's right at the camera. Yeah, there could be some, I think, some potentially tennis ball size hail in this storm near Oceol. This is a storm that also is going to probably need a new tornado warning. You can see it is an reorganizing supercell. It wraps up in here. It's tried to clear out its inflow region, and it's a lot better organized than it was earlier. Still a bit broad, but it has a big, broad, windy mezzo that is going to try and localize. So if you're in this area near Medina, Gilmanton, and those areas, start to get your tornado safety measures. There's the cloud structure of the supercell, the leading edge of that supercell off to the right of this camera. And now we do have more people blocking the highway. So this is what you don't want to do. But anyway, come for the weather, stay for the idiots. I'll be right back. Gotta get this drink. Okay, refilling the drink. We're good to go. My throat gets a little scratchy, not just from talking so long, but also for allergies. Let me check comments real quick. Hey, Ben, how's it going today? Greenville, Wisconsin. Let's see. I'm not as familiar with some of the Wisconsin cities, but let's see. Okay, Greenville, Wisconsin, kind of on the eastern edge of this tornado watch that goes until 10 p.m. More in this area, at least right now, it's more of a large hail risk out across northern and northeast parts of Wisconsin. There's also going to be training thunderstorms. You can already see there's a lot of flash flood warnings along the rivers and stuff. So flash flooding with a slight all hazards threat. But right now it looks like hail and damaging winds are probably the main threat for this area. Especially from Greenville north towards the Green Bay area. But we've had a couple tornado warnings right along this warm front. The warm front kind of rides right along here. Wow, that is some pretty nasty wind there, and there's more people blocking the entire highway. Again, please don't do that. Okay, first warning has gone down to a radar indicated area near Chelsea, Rib Lake, and Westboro. Continue to stay in your safe place there. That is Taylor County, Wisconsin. And then this is some large hail falling on our camera at Oceol. The area of rotation is just south of our camera perspective. Yeah, I like this camera because of the large hail, but I may actually reposition to see if we can catch that wall cloud, because you're definitely not going to see it in this, which is why you don't want to really drive into severe thunderstorm warnings like this. It's only being warned for quarters, but there's larger hail in here. I think we've seen some larger hail at times. And now the entire highway is blocked. See, this is what I was saying earlier. Now the entire highway is blocked. This creates a dangerous situation now. In blinding rain, you can have cars coming at full speed and the entire highway is blocked. This is also illegal to do. So don't do it for safety, but it's also, you could get a ticket for it, even though occasionally we've seen police cars. Not today, but we've seen police cars tucked up with everybody else. But that is a really dangerous situation there to block the entire highway for large hail. But yeah, we've seen some larger hail, but I don't think we've seen maybe, softball size hail. Air rotation is picking up in this cell. There's also a cell to the south that is also picking up in rotation. There's kind of two supercells in here. One near Independence and Glencoe. Keep your eye on that one. And then this is a big rain wrap supercell near Medina, Wisconsin. Both of those have tornado potential. And then we pick up a larger hail, considerable threat around Northfield. An area that's had large hail already. And then a bunch of these cells in here are essentially tornado possible, but also considerable threats for lime-size hail. A little bit of rotation in here near Shieldsville with another area of lime-size hail, and then also this one near Cleveland. Coming out of St. Peter, north of Mankato, they have now issued the observed tornado warning for this cell near Truman. We saw that was wrapping up a little bit ago. Looks like there is a tornado in here near to the east of Truman. It's hard to see. It's kind of messy CC, but in here just south of Willow Creek, it looks like that's where our tornado is in progress. Yeah, right in there. That did tighten up fairly quickly. So Winnebago, Amboy, Vernon Center, Mapleton, and Delavan. Observed tornado there. This probably is a spotter confirmed. Yes, weather spotter confirmed. Blue Earth County, Faribault County, and Martin County in south central Minnesota. The newest other tornado warning is that area around Mountain Lake, spinning there. Have not seen any confirmed reports out of that. Also half dollar size hail. A couple of those cells potentially could have some severe weather there. And then also this area has some rotation as well. Golf ball size hail near Spirit Lake, Arnold's Park, and Milford in Iowa. And then we also do have a brand new tornado warning and a new tornado watch that covers parts of the Kansas City area. This was an area that they were looking at a little bit ago on a mesoscale discussion. It's now going to get a tornado warning with a tornado watch, essentially for this cell or clusters of cells. Yeah, this is an interesting area there. Let me see. This goes until 11 p.m. in the central daylight time. Look at the highway. It's completely stopped because of idiots blocking the entire highway for some hail. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to apple size. 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Emporia, Burlington, Osage City, Lawrence, Baldwin City, Ottawa, Garnett, Paola, Kansas City, Kansas, and Missouri, Harrisonville, and Butler. Yeah, so we're blocking the whole highway for some pretty large hail. Looks like there's some golf balls in there. We saw, I think, a couple baseballs a little bit ago on the camera when they pan towards the grass. Off to the west of this camera, there's some larger hail in here, but yeah, that is not how you want to function. All right, let's see here. We're gonna take this down here. Gonna move some cameras around for a second and see if we can get eyes on this Kansas storm, because we do have a decent camera network out of Kansas. Storm has had some rotation at times. Yeah, it's rotating a little bit tighter now near Linden and areas just south of there towards Malvern. Let's see. Yeah, that is absolutely nuts. Look at the highway is completely backed up for the hail, creating a dangerous travel situation. Again, that is illegal as well. Not the first time we've seen that. In fact, I don't think that's the first time we've seen that in Wisconsin as well. We've seen it other places, but this is just off that storm. It's actually sunny on the backside of the storm, but the storm is just off the corner of the screen. I'm just kind of using this as a bit of a placeholder camera for a second. But as that storm works towards the east and towards parts of the southern parts of the Kansas City suburbs, it'll become a little bit more visible on cameras. There's more cameras, obviously, the closer to Kansas City we get. Give me a second here while I kind of pop this camera up a little bit. Okay, that one's pretty good. I was in kind of standby mode the other night when there were some storms. They were very quickly severe. They didn't stay severe for that long, at least most of them, but watching a light show on the cameras out of Kansas the other night, it was Thursday night. We were real close to going live there for a little bit in those storms. But yeah, this area, Linden, tornado warning there in Kansas. Again, that's generally west of the Ottawa area, so keep an eye on this one, Osage County in east central Kansas. Some other stronger cells, we'll see if those hold together. Looks like traffic is moving a little bit now that the hail has let up in that storm. Take it from the east, and we'll go to Ohio first. These are storms that came out of the Fort Wayne area earlier. We saw blowing dust and even a little bit of a gust NATO look on the one. I'll have to go back and kind of clip that and see if we actually captured a gust NATO, which is not a tornado, but it's kind of a leading edge ground-based whirl. But there is still strong storms in here. Defiance, Holgate, Napoleon, down towards Continental, and now north of Van Wert. Also some stronger storms in southern Michigan, approaching areas around Ann Arbor. And then also this cell now south and east of Grand Rapids. And that kind of went up on a rain-cooled boundary. We work back into northern Wisconsin. Flash flooding and small hail are the main threats here in northern Wisconsin. One stronger storm near Iola. That is one to watch there. And then we also have a couple warnings still ongoing for ping pong ball size hail now around the Rib Lake area. We've seen along and just north of this warm front a couple observed tornado reports out of this cluster of storms. So none of those are tornado warned right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. This storm is finally being warned correctly. It is being warned for lime-sized hail. For some reason, it was not being warned for larger hail earlier. It's the storm that we've been watching the park cars for. The tornado warning has been allowed to drop. It's kind of broad and messy in here, so it doesn't look like it's imminently tornado possible. But lime-sized hail is going to continue for Price, Fairchild, and areas now north and east of Osceola Ocio up into Eau Claire County Forest. We still have some other really nasty storms down here. Tornado possible and $half size hail in this cluster of supercells. The good news is the lead or the original supercell is starting to degrade a little bit. There still is rotation in here, but there's actually new cells that have gone up that are kind of surrounding it with a little bit better areas of rotation. This cell north of Glencoe is one to watch, and then there's a new cell that has started to spin near Buffalo City, Wisconsin. So both of those deserve watching. The original supercell still has some broad rotation, but is mostly just a hail threat with some damaging winds. But yeah, watch this one out towards Whitehall and Independence. Then this one, Buffalo City, over towards Glencoe and Arcadia. And then we go back into Minnesota, where we've had quite a bit of hail confirmed today in that 2 to 3 inch diameter range. But some other storms with some considerable threat, golf ball size hail back north field, back towards Montgomery and La Center, and then back towards areas like Waterville. This other cell is approaching Waseca with some hail and also some rotation in there. We have the observed tornado warning continuing for areas around Amboy, although it looks like that's backed off some there. It looks like is still some debris being picked up on here. Still an observed tornado continues there. Confirmed tornado located over Amboy. And that's not a great situation. Damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed. And yeah, we're seeing that that debris signature continuing here, basically at 112 State Highway 30, 109 to down to 104. Yeah, there's this little nub right in here. That is likely a tornado still ongoing there around 112th Street. We see other storms, severe warned from Winnebago down towards Blue Earth. A new tornado warning here, first of the day for parts of Iowa. Yeah, that one is rotating pretty good there. Near Gatlinger and Ringstead. That's for Palo Alto and Emmett counties in northeast Iowa. These two guys were the first cars, and they're the last two to leave. Look at that. That is crazy. There's back into the storm. This is near that OCO area. Wow. Yeah, that it's still rocking and rolling. But the highway is actually moving there. A couple of their storms are rotating in northern Iowa, but those have mostly kind of maintained themselves. They're going to rewarn this cluster of storms for tornado possible tag. And yeah, there are kind of 2 storms right now, 2.5 that have really had rotation. There's also a new cell that's also popped up rotating near Arcadia. But all these are supercells in here. There's one here, one here, one here. They're kind of maybe a little too clustered right now. If they were more discrete, they'd probably have a better chance of producing tornadoes on their own. Like this lead cell that we're seeing on our camera here. Right at Osceola, some of the biggest hail probably just crossed this camera a few minutes ago. And it looks like they're going to add a couple counties to that severe thunderstorm watch towards Columbus, Pierce, Nyla, and Madison in east central parts of Nebraska. We also have a new tornado warning for the cell to the west of our lead supercell. So 2 supercells have now gone up here in Kansas. And they are going up pretty fast there. Some broad rotation in this cell near Americus, approaching areas around Wilmington. This is a new tornado warning here for northern Lyon County. Other storm in this complex, still a radar indicated tornado warned storm near Leiden and Pomona Lake with some tennis ball size hail. Still watching some of our areas in severe risk. Isolated severe storms are possible. Oklahoma and Texas today. We've had a couple isolated hailstorms in Texas so far. Colorado City, Sweetwater, Roscoe. Considerable threat there for some lime-sized hail. Golf ball to lime-sized hail in Texas. And now a tennis ball size hail threat with a tornado possible tag. They're kind of just extending it out. It's not tornado warning time yet. The cell isn't moving that fast, but they're just going to give people some heads up here. And some communities will sound the siren for this type of action with the tornado possible tag. So Ottawa, Centropolis, and Baldwin City, you guys are in that that new warning there. Here's a look out of that storm near Amboy. This isn't quite at Amboy. This is at Mapleton. So we'll keep an eye on this camera perspective. That is a observed tornado warning right now near Amboy. Yeah, Mapleton is maybe just too far north of this. But right over Amboy, that is our area where we are still seeing the observed tornado warning, also lime-sized hail. We also have a new tornado warning for areas around Armstrong, and yeah, that's a nasty cell. Emmett and Cothas counties, northeast at 20, just 10 miles south of Fairmount. That is tucked back up there in the rain. So you're definitely not going to see that one coming. That is a nasty circulation there. Yeah, that could produce, that's a pretty tight circulation. 120th Street and 560th near the Iowa Lake Wildlife Management. It's approaching the state line with Minnesota. That is a really nasty cell. And we're getting radar way out of, a little bit of a radar hole there in northern Iowa. But there is your rotation. And that could be on the ground. That very easily could be on the ground. If it is, it's going to be wrapped with the rain and hail. So you're not going to see that coming. If you're in this area on East Chain in Minnesota, Pilot Grove, they'll likely fill in the warning here in the next couple minutes. This is a different warning office. But this area in southern Minnesota, you definitely want to take your tornado safety precautions there, as that tornado warned storm is approaching the state line. New cell there, $50 size hail in those locations. Here's a look back at Kansas. You can see that tornado warned cell off to the top left of the screen. That is the tornado warned cell that's moving towards the Ottawa, Kansas area with the considerable threat for golf ball size hail. Rotation in here, kind of just tucked up in here, east of Linden, Kansas. And then our other tornado warned cell still has kind of broad rotation. You can just see the broad mesocyclone with it on radar. Probably not producing yet, but this could drop a tornado. It has tightened up and gotten more organized in the last few minutes. That's approaching Admire, the Flint Hills Trail State Park, and areas around Miller. It's also going to approach the Kansas Turnpike around areas south of Wilmington and north of Emporia. Not much out there in the Flint Hills. Flint Hills is a little bit less populated region of Kansas. Emporia, I think, is the biggest community there in the Flint Hills. These cells are on the downtrend across parts of Ohio. Still some gusty winds in Defiance, and just to the east of there, Napoleon, maybe approaching Leipzig and Daschler, Ohio, as well as that isolated ping pong ball size hail around Hastings, Michigan, south and east of Grand Rapids. We'll look at these storms again, kind of from top and right, and go down towards the southwest. But some new cells, severe warning there. Any of these cells in northern Wisconsin could produce some ping pong ball size hail. Tornado possible tag in this cell near Manawa. Not seeing a ton of rotation in there at the moment. And then we've had our storms that have produced some large hail across areas around Ocio, Strum, Augusta, in the Clark County forest. That one still has rotation with it too, so we'll keep an eye on those. And then there is a cluster of supercells. They're all kind of interacting with each other right now, so they're not tornadic, but there are a number of little supercells in here. They could produce tornadoes at times, so we'll keep an eye on those. Especially those lead 3 are in a better position, not in the rain-cooled air. The lead cell actually was the one that was back here. This has kind of gotten jumbled up and not really a supercell anymore. But quarter-size hail, this, whose weather service office is this? La Crosse. They keep underestimating the hail. I believe there's more than quarters in those cells. Yeah, there's probably inch to 2 inch diameter hail in those cells, especially this one here near Wamandi and Glencoe, coming up towards Independence, and then this other cell near Kellogg, half dollar size hail and tornado possible there. The other cell being warned for quarters, but also part of it's being warned for lime size hail, so that is correct. That's a lime size hail producing storm. And then back here, a little bit of decrease in some of the hail cores in a couple of these cells across Minnesota, but areas around Cannon Falls, that's a nasty cell there with quarter size hail. Now the storm near Owatonna is rotating pretty good near Waseca. That's also being warned as a radar indicated tornado warning. And then we still have they've dropped it down to radar indicated, but areas around Amboy, that was a observed tornado warning just a few minutes ago. Keeping an eye on these ones here west of Mankato, ping pong ball size hail, some rotation. Keep an eye on that one for Crystal Lake. And then also back towards St. James again, another hail producing tornado possible storm. This area had the golf ball, the lime size hail earlier as well. So we've seen that camera here clear out a little bit. You can see the low bases of these storms in Wisconsin. So it wouldn't take a lot to produce tornadoes, which is probably why we've seen a few observed tornado reports in that north central Wisconsin area. And then this is a camera out of the Owatonna area, just on the north side there by the airport, and also the hospital is, I believe, just off. All right, okay, the Walmart is just off to the right there. That is right here in our tornado warned area. So pretty actually in line for that tornado part of the storm. If it does produce a tornado, we should see it on this camera perspective. Just gonna reload the radar software and see if we get any new updates. Sometimes it'll reload and I can reload some new hail reports and storm reports and all that good stuff. Don't see anything pretty consistently getting new hail reports and things. All right. They have continued to warn this cell as it's come across the areas in Kansas. This is for northwestern Franklin and east central Osage counties. It's near Quenmo, moving east at 25. Quenmo, Lomax, Pomona, Ritger, and eventually Ottawa needs to really pay attention to this storm. Yeah, it's a pretty nasty supercell. And let's get a track on this. This is not the hail core. This is more of the tornado risk. So let's get this tracked out. We'll move our warning box up here. And let me track this out at 25. It is making forward progress, but it is a bit slower. Pomona about 11 minutes from now, and then Ottawa, if this holds together, about 35 minutes. Basically, Richter 21, Lomax about 3 to 4 minutes, or about now. It's pretty close to Lomax. So yeah, Ottawa, you got about a half hour. Again, you're not technically in the warning polygon. I would kind of start to get to my safe place, start to get things together, gather up the kids and pups, and, then you don't have to go rushing to your safe place. We have the other radar indicated tornado warning. It's about to cross the Kansas Turnpike. It's kind of messy and broad right now. It's probably not tornadic, but if it is, it's in here near the Flint Hills Trail State Park and just west of the Kansas Turnpike. Two pretty nasty cells there in Kansas. Not the earlier most favorable area for the severe weather. We've also had a new cell that's gone up near Humboldt and Iola, Kansas, La Harpe, Moran, and Mildred. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They've re-upped that cell in Michigan and extended that out east of Grand Rapids, Portland, and Iona up to Orleans. And we're down to only 7 tornado warnings right now. This is one of the most tornado warnings I think we've had in a while on our streams. So maybe, I don't know if we really haven't had, I don't think, that many confirmed tornadoes, but at least warning-wise, this has been one of the more active periods here for, at least on our streams, for the year. It's been a little bit of a weird year. There's been a decent number of tornadoes so far. I think we're average or slightly above average for tornadoes. But there hasn't been like a really widespread kind of outbreak like we've seen last year. Last year around Easter, we had the Lake City tornado and that outbreak. There's been tornado days, but they have been a little bit more sporadic and isolated so far this year. Some really nasty storms though across southern parts of Minnesota, and yeah, we have the tornado warning for the areas around Waseca and Awatona. The other one just to the southwest of Mankato, and then hold on a second. Hold on, I'll be right back. Someone's at my door. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Just had a neighbor come by, so that no, thought something was wrong, but it was just neighborly stuff. All right, things are behaving across Ohio. I think we're gonna lose eventually the punch in Ohio, but some stronger storms from Findlay, North Baltimore up to Bowling Green, Perrysburg and Toledo, and then all the way up into Ann Arbor, Monroe, Adrian. One severe warning storm in Michigan right now, east of Grand Rapids. We'll also go down to our cluster of storms in Kansas. This has been an interesting little cluster that's kind of formed off the dry line, now kind of advanced east of the dry line. So it's been dry line sparked, but it's more of a situation now in the warm sector where we're east of the dry line. And we have a couple larger storms with rotation in here. The one is a lime-sized hail, and radar indicated rotation. It's around Pomona, Richter, and then approaching Ottawa. We'll keep an eye on that one. Look at the cloud structure in this storm. This is the tornado warning supercell above me that is approaching Owatonna, Minnesota. This storm in Kansas is kind of holding its own. It has tightened a little bit in the last little bit. So we'll continue to watch that. Lime-sized hail, considerable threat. The storm has a long history of lime-sized hail. Our other tornado warning storm is basically it's out of the warning polygon. Still some rotation there, 229th near Osage City. It's a severe warning for ping pong ball size hail. And then the other cell, Overbrook and Carbondale, Kansas, $50 size hail. $50 to ping pong ball in that other cell, also north of Emporia. It's interesting. Some of the strongest storms basically kind of hooked around Emporia. And then another strong storm in southeast Kansas near La Harpe. Keeping an eye on that one too. Otherwise, things are behaving themselves along the dry line. These storms are in a unique situation because, the dry line is now starting to advance back away from the storms after firing them earlier. They kind of fired up out in here, or at least the one lead cell did. And then they've now are in their own environment. It's a very humid and warm environment with a lot of southerly flow. And across especially the southern and central plains, we do get around 7, 8, 9 o'clock. The low-level jet just kicks in a little extra hard. So we do have to watch these storms. They're in a decently favorable environment. That's why there is now a tornado watch out for parts of eastern Kansas and western Missouri, including the Kansas City area. One of the areas that wasn't fully captured on the outlook today, I believe that area had not even a marginal risk up that far. So that's been interesting. I think that area just had a general thunderstorm risk. Golf ball size hail, tornado possible, considerable threat there on Clintonville in northeastern parts of Wisconsin. We're starting to lose the punch a little bit across these areas north of the warm front. Now we're starting to get at 7, 8 o'clock in the eastern time zone, 7 o'clock in central. We're starting to lose the punch a little bit across northern parts of Wisconsin. These are in the cooler environment north of the warm front. So we're going to, I think, find more of the severe weather confined south of that warm front, where it's in the 40s to 50s across some of these areas. It's in the 70s, close to 80 still across a lot of the southern areas. Still seeing a strong storm near Stevens Point with some rotation. No, not much anymore. But storms there around Stevens Point and north could produce some hail. $50 size hail near Merrill and Pine River. And then considerable threat for lime-sized hail. This is that storm that was tornado warned earlier near Osseo and Strum. It's trying to get better organized again, so we'll keep an eye on this one. This is our areas around the Clark County Forest, Nellisville that already had hail producing storms earlier. And then golf ball size hail tornado possible with this cluster of supercells. Some of them are rotating. Some of them have been a little bit tighter at times. Still seeing decent hail there around Vasa and Hayter, areas that had tornado warnings earlier. Goodhue. And then we're seeing a beefy supercell coming into the Owatonna area. And that's the camera that's above me. Still seeing kind of broad rotation, but look at this cell with the sky. There we go. There's the wall cloud right there. Right there, right there. Go back, back. Right there. That is underneath the wall cloud. That is it. That is the tornado warned cell. No, yeah, right. Go back to the right. Boo. There we go. Okay, there's your leading edge. That's the lip. The wall cloud is just to the right. This is the kind of the left side of the wall cloud. This is the RFD surge on the southern flank of this. It's kind of a big, messy wall cloud. That leading edge is kind of this big thing right in here. The wall cloud is back in this area. So you're seeing kind of both of these things, these features, just off the camera perspective there. And yeah, that's where the rotation is underneath that wall cloud. Right now, it doesn't look particularly tight, but it has tightened a little bit as we've gotten closer to Owatonna. So again, tornado warning there continues. Tornado warned storm on our camera. Near Mapleton, this cell was tornado warned earlier with a confirmed tornado near Amboy. That has relaxed a little bit. There is still rotation in there to watch. Considerable threat for hail. Ping pong to golf ball size hail. Ping pongs south of Mankato, as well as tornado possibles in really all those storms. And then we did get the extension of that tornado warned cell crossing the Minnesota-Iowa border near Pilot Grove up towards Blue Earth. That is a really nasty cell with also some embedded hail. $half size hail around Armstrong, and $half size hail back towards Cherokee and approaching Spencer, Iowa. And then one lone cell tornado possible tag near Adrian, Minnesota, out towards. These are the storms that came out of the Sioux Falls area a little while ago. Yeah, we've lost a few of our tornado warnings. That storm is no longer imminently tornadic around Osage City. We'll keep an eye on it though. And then this is now observed tornado. Right in here near Pomona. Damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed south of Quenmo. Tornado is on the ground. Yeah, it's a weather spotter confirmed damaging tornado and 2-inch diameter hail. It's in here near. Yeah, where's Quenmo's back there? But unless it's a delayed report. It's in here between Pomona and Richter Labette Road. That would be, yeah, I think that's it right there. Labette Road and what is that? Florida Road. Florida Road approaching Idaho Road. Looks like where that tornado would be. So that is a dangerous cell. This will likely get extended out as a tornado warning then for Ottawa and Kansas. Let's see if we can see that cell or not on our Kansas cameras. That was just off the cameras. I don't know if the Kansas cameras can turn like our Minnesota cameras can. Here is that supercell. I'm trying to capture it from a couple different perspectives here, but that's the leading edge of that supercell that we've seen now. Can we see it from here? We have more bridge parking. Yeah, that's going to be some big hail though. That would be why. Turn that camera just a little bit. That would be nice. I don't see the wall cloud as much. That's more of the lip of that leading surge. They are going to do the observed tornado through Ottawa. that is in here near Richter. This is a confirmed tornado located 4 miles east of Pomona. Damaging tornado, and it is a weather spotter confirmed tornado northeastern Franklin County in east central Kansas. It's a little better perspective of it. Yeah, it's kind of lifting to the northeast. That's interesting. The storm is moving towards the east, but that tornado actually just lifted a little bit more. Yeah, that's where we saw it. That's kind of going like this. So we'll see. This is center line for Ottawa. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Ottawa, Kansas. That cell probably looks similar to this cell that we're seeing in Owatonna, Minnesota. But yeah, that is a dangerous tornado warned storms. Yeah, seeing debris, but can't fully see the tornado. So it's an uncondensed tornado, but debris on the ground. Yeah, and it looks like we're seeing a little bit of a CC drop in there. So that likely is that tornado. It's a dangerous storm. Continue to watch this again. South sides of the Kansas City metro, especially Gardner, Spring Hill, Paola. Keep an eye on that storm and that cluster of storms right there. Still seeing a circulation in here near Blue Earth and Elmore. That is a tornado warned storm for Faribault County. Okay, sorry about that. I had to sneeze there for a second. Spring allergies are in full swing. Okay, we're starting to see more of this storm. I'll just kind of leave it on this camera. I wanted to find the camera that I think they tilted it back to the highway, but this is kind of the leading edge of the circulation. We'll see if they tilt it back towards the west, but we could see the wall cloud at one point. Not sure it has that anymore. It actually looks a little less organized than it did just a few minutes ago. So we'll kind of keep an eye on it. It's broad rotation here at the moment. Here's a look at the side-by-side, and I want to pull this up just so we can see anything that may be happening on this. Looks like it's become a little more rain-wrapped and a little more disorganized. So we may not see the circulation from this perspective as much, but if there is one, it's going to be just kind of tucked back in the rain here. That's what it looked like a few minutes ago. Let me see. Yeah, most of those cameras face south. All right, so this is kind of in line of that circulation. We'll see if we get anything here. This is at Hoffman Street. Yeah, basically right over that circulation near the Buffalo Wild Wings. So we'll see if we get anything. I don't think so. It doesn't look as imminently tornadic as it did a little bit ago, but we'll keep an eye on that one. I don't know if we're going to get much out of that tornado warning cell, at least visually. It looks like it occluded a little bit as it came into Owatonna. And if it recycles, it's going to be on the east side of town, but that cell is no longer tornado warned. We do have a new tornado warning here for the areas south and east of Mapleton. I was kind of watching that stream with you guys. Yeah, that area has re-intensified near Minnesota Lake, New Richland, down towards Freeburn. And then we still have that other tornado warned storm near Blue Earth. But I want to go back to our area around Ottawa. That is an observed tornado basically coming into Ottawa now. And they have... Where is it? They have actually turned that camera towards the storm. And it briefly looked like I could see the wall cloud, but... yeah, this is I-35 and US 39, or US 59. Which is right here. So yes, this storm is just off. Looks like the camera. It definitely has a much tighter velocity scan on it, coming into the areas around Ottawa. Yeah, we're getting radar out of Lee's Summit. So there's your winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. It looks like it's trying to cycle. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient yet. But if it does, it's basically coming towards this camera perspective. So, yeah, I'll probably take this camera full here in a second. But that looks like it's imminently going to produce a tornado around Ottawa, Kansas. You need to take your tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Storm shelter or basement are your best options. And if you don't have one, at least get to that low level into your room, away from doors and windows, so you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Kind of put it like that. The way I don't distort it. There we go. Hold on, let me get that out of the way. Cool. All right, there's a look at your Ottawa, Kansas storm, and there's a look at the storm. This may also be somewhat rain wrapped, just looking at it visually here on the screen, so it's going to be hard to see this one. At least I don't know if they blocked off the highways or something, but at least there doesn't seem to be a lot of people on the highway here. Although this may not be, I don't think this is the interstate. This is actually, I think, US 59. This is looking towards the Ottawa area, so we're looking, we're at US 59, like right here. I believe we're kind of looking towards Ottawa. Looking kind of towards that area of circulation, although it may just be off the camera perspective. Again, kind of checking correlation coefficient. I don't see one there, but this may be very close to producing a tornado near Ottawa, Kansas. Anywhere in this area, Ottawa down to Peoria, Kansas, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Damaging tornado and also 2-inch diameter hail. Wellsville is also in this warning. May have lost those cameras in Ottawa, so I'm going to try and catch again. But weather spotters are confirming a rain-wrapped tornado. So that checks out what we see. I don't see any correlation coefficient, but if it is, it's basically over the Ottawa United School District, I believe that is, on the southwest side of town. We may have lost those Ottawa cameras with the big beefy storm coming in. All right, I'll put that back in the corner for now, and we'll see if we can get that camera back online. But with the really strong storm right there, it may be a little bit. Yeah, this kind of recycled. Look how that dropped to the south. The original storm, and it looks like occluded and kind of got pulled up this way. The new circulation developed just south of there and is headed more like this. And unfortunately, that puts Ottawa in the center line for this. It looks like tornado on the ground. Weather spotter confirmed. Peoria, about 18 minutes. Imes, 17. And Ottawa, it's basically now. So you're going to want to take your tornado safety precautions if you haven't already. Again, this is riding just along and north of I-35 at the moment. It's going to cross I-35. Oh, that's not a great signature. Basically over Ottawa right now. It's going to cross I-35 just near... Boy, it's going to be really close to this camera if it loads. But just on the east side of Ottawa near US 59, which is like this area here, or just south of it towards Marshall Road. Oh, geez. That's not good. Damaging tornado moving through Ottawa, Kansas right now. There's your CC drop. And a lot of times we do see that. We see the signature tighten first, and then we see the CC drop. And that is a damaging tornado over Ottawa, Kansas. And yeah, I don't think that video is going to play right now. Weather spotters have confirmed a rain-wrapped tornado. That was east of Pomona a little bit ago. So this looks like it continues here through Ottawa. And unfortunately, on the next scan, I think we'll see probably a deeper correlation coefficient. This shows us those meteorological targets and non-meteorological ones. Not good situation there. It's basically over Ottawa University right now. And then just in the areas right around downtown. Looks like the hospital is right there. Both of the health specialties. It's basically at 9th Street and Main, approaching Neosho Road and I-35. Also Logan Street, US 59 and I-35. Anyone on I-35 needs to stop before they get to the Ottawa area and let this storm pass. It's going to cross I-35 around Neosho Road and then continue towards Peoria, Kansas, over towards... at least there's not a lot of communities out here, but Peoria, Kansas, following Marshall Road and US 59. That is a textbook tornadic debris signature where it's actually surrounded by meteorological targets. This pink and purpley color, that's all meteorological targets. That's the radar saying all these things are the same shape. They're all good to go. But then in the middle of that, there's different size objects and shaped objects. And that is exactly where we see the rotation signature as well. And that's our hook echo. This should be all meteorological targets. It's it's an area of rain. So when we see that, that really lines up that there's a tornado in progress pretty clearly there. And that one would be able to pick out even if we weren't, even if we didn't have the weather spotter confirmation. Yeah, those cameras are down right now in Ottawa. Let me see if I can jump ahead. Okay. Gives us something. It's just north of there towards Wellsville. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a deeper debris signature now than it was. So it's unfortunately tracked through Ottawa, Kansas, and that's not a good situation. Observed tornado continues here. Tennis ball size hail is also a problem. Emergency management confirmed the tornado in Ottawa. That's not good. Confirmed tornado located over Ottawa, moving east at 25. It's moved a little bit more north of east. So let's track this out from the tornado. But essentially, well, yeah, we're not going to find actually a lot of designated communities out here. But that is State Highway 68 or US Highway 59. And that is going to continue to track to the east of Ottawa. If you're anywhere in this warning polygon, especially from Marshall Road up to I-35, you need to really be in your tornado safe space. Peoria, Imes, also, I would be in my safe space if I was there in case this starts to wobble. But this is a dangerous situation here coming into Ottawa, Kansas. And it looks like another tornado report. Spotters confirm. Oh, that was the one that we saw earlier. It was an uncondensed tornado report. This one likely is a stronger tornado than the original one near Pomona. You can see what it looks like out ahead of this storm. This is at Kansas 33 and I-35, which is up here towards Wellsville. Also in the tornado warning polygon, I would start to get to my safe place there. Wellsville, you're going to get the big hail first. That is a considerable threat for the tennis ball size hail. You may see that on this camera if that hail core lifts up. It's along Shawnee Road and Reno Road right now, lifting up towards Wellsville. But the tornado is down here tucked into this hook. And that is a classic tornado debris signature for Ottawa, Kansas. A couple other storms in this area. Mound City over towards Pleasanton, Centerville, and Lynn Valley. That area has some rotation down near Kincaid's. We'll keep an eye on that supercell. $50 size hail. The other supercell has kind of become non-tornadic near Pomona Lake. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's in a similar environment. This area is kind of locally conducive of some tornadoes and an all-hazards threat. Ohio's gotten interesting here in the last little bit since we looked at stuff. A couple severe warnings here. Tornado possible tag, but these storms were diminishing. They look to be somewhat diminished. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and mostly just a wind threat across parts of areas south of Detroit. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch now for areas in southwest parts of Ontario. That includes the Lakeshore, Windsor, Essex, Tilbury, Chatham, Kent, over towards Wallaceburg and Ridgetown. In Wisconsin, we're seeing storms kind of line up, which is going to continue a flash flood threat across central Wisconsin. Areas around Green Bay. It's $50 size hail. Tornado possible in this cell near Seymour and Black Creek. Not seeing a ton of rotation in there right now, but still continuing to watch that one. Then some hail, wind, and rain back across areas from Stevens Point to Kenesha. Back here, we have a couple supercells. This one still has some rotation in it south of Nellisville. And then we have a large kind of cluster, multi-cell cluster storms with some rotation in here. Taylor, Hickston, towards Black River Falls. Losing a little bit of the punch across Minnesota here. But we have a strong storm now that was tornado warned earlier around Owatonna. We saw the wall cloud before it occluded. That's going to continue out towards Dodge Center and West Concord. We have the recycled tornado warning for this cell that had a observed tornado earlier. That is still capable of producing a tornado near Minnesota Highway 30. Also has some larger hail in it, golf ball size hail. A lot of these storms have golf ball size hail today. Back here, more hail producing storms now clearing St. James. And then we have the radar indicated tornado warning around Blue Earth. That's kind of broadened out a little bit, but still seeing some circulation in here right at basically the Iowa and Minnesota border. As that seems to have kind of shoved off towards the east a little bit. So Albert Lee down towards Forest City and areas towards Britt, Gardner, Clear Lake, Mason City may get a little bit more severe weather, as this has kind of formed a little bit of a multi-cell cluster that may ride the Iowa and Minnesota state line. We also had a new tornado warning here for areas around Sioux Rapids. Area of circulation in here, that's not great. It's a little donut hole near Webb. Buena Vista and Clay counties is capable of producing a tornado over Webb, moving east at 35. It's hard to see on the radar because we are so far from the radar, but that could be producing a tornado near Webb, between Webb and Gillett Grove. Another strong storm there. Get back to Ottawa. This is where we have the observed threat with the baseball-sized hail and a damaging tornado in progress near Ottawa. And yeah, that tornado just got a new radar scan, is now east of Ottawa along Highway 59 or Kansas Highway 68. I don't know if that camera is going to be going back online. That camera may have taken a direct hit. See how dark it looks on this camera. This is out of the Wellsville area. So Wellsville, you guys need to take your tornado safety precautions just in case this starts to turn, and it could occlude towards the north. But yeah, unfortunately, it was cycling. We didn't see the correlation coefficient drop here. May have started right here around Marshall Road and then continued in here. And that's when it really started to tighten up. We didn't see the correlation coefficient drop, but then the next scan, we see the damaging tornado across Ottawa, Ottawa University, and then now on the latest scan that broadened out, but still producing debris signature there. Logan Street, that's Highway 68 and I-35, and then still crossing I-35 there. It's weakened a little bit, but this is a little bit more rural, less stuff to hit with the open country, so can't say that's not on the ground still. I think that still is on the ground. This is Highway 68 right here. Across the northern part of your screen, that is I-35. So it's now crossed I-35 on the east side of Ottawa, basically at 68 and Neosho Road, and it's continuing east. Looks like it's maybe picked up speed a little bit. So I want to check this out. Still saying 25, but it may be more at a 30, 35 mile an hour pace. Unfortunately, insult to injury behind this storm. There's more storms. They were tornado warned earlier, but still producing hail near Pomona Lake, Centropolis, and Ottawa still in now a new warning polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning. And still watching that supercell down near Moundsville as well. Nothing much in Texas right now. It's a good sign. Got a new tornado warning out of this cluster of storms. Radar indicated it's near Burt and Takana, Wooden, and Crystal Lake. Continuing towards Forest City. Keep an eye on that cell. And then let's go back up into Minnesota. Yeah, still seeing rotation in here. New Richland, Heartland, Freeburn. You can see just the car wash that storm is in. That is at Wellsville. We have not needed our cameras in Oklahoma tonight, but just a beautiful shot there. Sunset in the Oklahoma City skyline there in the background. The dry line has kind of held in Oklahoma, so we have not seen storms fire in an area that earlier had a slight risk. I don't know if it still does. Let's just check it out. It does still have a slight risk. across parts of central Oklahoma down into central Texas. So we'll see if any storms do fire there. Yeah, the storms right now are on the northern extent of the marginal risk. They got pushed a little further north through the day too. So this damaging tornado through Ottawa, Kansas is actually in a general thunderstorm risk. So that goes to show you anytime in the spring and summer, you really need to prepare for severe weather anytime because this is outside of any of our designated severe risk areas. Looks like it's cycling, so it may have lifted or it's about to. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on that one. And then yeah, some of these storms that have gotten a little feistier across eastern Michigan are also on the very edge of a slight or of a moderate risk and a general thunderstorm risk too. That storm that we mentioned earlier had a little donut hole near Wells, has gone observed. Interesting that it's in a warning polygon. Yeah, there it is. It's right here. Or not, I said Wells, but Webb. Between Gillette Grove and Webb. This has gone observed. It's basically going to follow 430th Street and 460th Street, Curlew, Iowa. At Ayrshire, Mallard, Iowa. Need to all take your tornado safety precautions. This is a observed tornado warning here for southwestern Palo Alto counties in northwest Iowa. Confirmed tornado located over Webb, or 14 miles southeast of Spencer in Clay County. Damaging tornado radar, or not radar, emergency management confirmed north of Webb just 4 minutes ago. And that has gone observed now in both. It looks like there's a two different National Weather Service offices, but essentially the same warning now. North of Webb, tornado safety precautions. This one is hard to see. It's going to be really hard to see. You're not going to see it. It's wrapped up in the rain and hail, and that is a pretty big beast here. Get some speed adjustments on this track, and we'll track it out here for you. Ayrshire, 12 minutes. Curlew, 18. Cylinder, 37. And Rodman, 37. Those are all in Iowa. Some of those are outside the warning polygon. If it tracks a little bit more towards the north, we just track this out a little bit differently. About 25 minutes to Emmitsburg as well. So dangerous storm there. Confirmed tornado on the ground. We have a couple confirmed tornadoes if you're just joining us. And a couple storms that are, could produce a tornado at any time. Let's go back to our Ottawa storm. This has actually gone back to radar indicated, so that's a good sign. Yeah, this is weakened as we looked at it just a few minutes ago. Still a dangerous storm. There's our live shots out of Kansas. You can also see some flash flooding potential. Those ditches and storm drains are really filling up on the side of the highway. A lot of water is coming down in this storm. Lime-sized hail tornado possible extends out to Edgerton, Gardner, Spring Hill, Paola, and Staunton. And they've also extended that warning polygon out through the Hillsdale Recreation Area, as well as areas around Paola. Last time this cycled, it cycled to the southeast. So as this occluded and pulled to the north, we may start to see a new cycle work off the southeast flank. And that would put areas like Paola more in line with that new area of circulation. So keep an eye on a cyclic supercell. This is a long track supercell, not necessarily a long track tornado. But this supercell started way back here near like El Dorado, Kansas, and tracked all the way up and has basically paralleled the I-35 corridor. This may get into areas around Belton, Raymore, Harrisonville. Keep an eye on that storm as it's moving east. couple of these other supercells in Kansas do have rotation at times. They, for the most part, recently have not tightened up to be tornado warned, but still areas to watch. And then also large hail. Large hail in here, considerable threat, golf ball size hail, and $half size hail. $half golf balls. Most of this should stay south of Lawrence. Lawrence, you're going to get some rain, some wind, maybe some small hail, but it looks like the strongest part of these storms are mostly tracking to the east now. This storm, let's check this out. The storm may be trying to rotate again. So this was the tornado warned storm earlier. That would not be good because that would be actually back towards the same area. So keep an eye on this. Ottawa, if your safe place is still working, you want to make sure you stay pretty close to your safe place. I'm not sure this camera is going to come back. This may have taken a direct hit, this camera. I'll have to check on that camera later. It could just be the storm, but it may have taken a direct hit. Yeah, you can see the blinding rain in this storm is incredible. Okay, they have dropped that down to radar indicated, but yeah, it's going to cycle again. The old circulation is weakened, but the new area of circulation is starting to retighten. So we'll look for that to reform. Oh, geez. This is like worst case scenario here. Areas that got hit by a tornado, Ottawa, Kansas, are about into another warning polygon for the storm back to the west that I just had mentioned. Was getting its act together a little quicker now. So this is a new radar indicated tornado warning for northwestern Franklin and east central Osage counties. It's located over Pomona Lake, moving east at 30. Puts it into Ottawa at about a half hour from now. That would not be good. Richter, 18 minutes. Pomona, 11. Michigan Valley, about 5 to 6 minutes. That is another possible tornado there around Ottawa. I hope people, we don't have a ton of followers on right now, but I hope people listen. We gave Ottawa a pretty good heads up a while back, way before they were in a tornado warning. So hopefully if they were following other reliable streamers or local media, they got a similar warning, because that storm was on a track for Ottawa for quite a while. This is going to try and recycle Hillsdale Recreation Area, Paola, to areas around Hillsdale and Antioch, Kansas. Tornado warning there continues for you guys. That is northwestern Miami County in east central Ohio, or east central Kansas. And we're seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning here for areas in Canada. Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorms capable of those strong winds and nickel-sized hail. Those storms are basically leaving Michigan and Ohio and are going to track into Canada here. There's a kind of a cluster of small hails, hail producers, kind of 3 cells right now, it looks like, that could produce some small hail, especially around Leamington. And we've seen a few, looks like, storm reports, some large trees down, some 1-inch hail around Toledo, 56 mile-an-hour wind gust. That's a severe wind gust. So it looks like that's verified that those storms are still severe, although they are weakening now as they approach Tiffin, Fremont, Sandusky, and Norwalk. And then this is going to be a big threat here going forward. We see flooding on 12th Street at Sun Valley. Severe thunderstorms there around Green Bay. Ping pong ball size hail around the Green Bay area. $half size hail across areas around Tigerton, Marion, and Gresham. Severe warning there. Severe warning through Black River Falls, as some of these storms are shifting into Wisconsin as more multi-cell clusters, more line segments. We're seeing a little bit less hail, which is a good news. and a little bit less supercellular tornadoes. We're seeing not as much, supercells rotating like we did earlier. It's starting to get dark, so we may lose a little bit of the cameras here. Wow. This is that storm out of Black River Falls. This was a tornado warned supercell earlier. That is just absolute light show. And then same here for Kansas. This is the tornado warned storm at Wellsville. Let's see. Let's go back here. New Richland. Still seeing an area of circulation there. Just to the south of New Richland, approaching Heartland and Freeborn. Watching Albert Lee with some remnant circulation headed towards Albert Lee. That's going to accentuate the wind threat. It's kind of broad right now, and then you have a little bit of a calm ahead. Out ahead of that, you have strong winds that surge out. So watch this damaging wind threat. Lake Mills, Northwood, Albert Lee. We have to watch that circulation also to the north of you guys. Crazy storm there in Black River Falls, Wisconsin. Here's a look at the areas just north of Albert Lee around Clark's Grove. That's looking towards that tornado warned storm. The tornado warned storm where that lightning just flashed. That is the tornado warned storm there. That's headed generally towards this area. So we'll keep an eye on that camera perspective too. A lot of lightning also showing up in those storms. And yeah, they have extended that that wind threat across some of those same areas that I just mentioned. The other observed tornado near Webb, photo of tornado from emergency management. That's cool. They got a photo of it, which would be really hard to see because this was rain wrapped. Surprised anyone got a photo of it. That's weird. That may be tornadic debris. That's weird how that just popped up. It could be some type of contamination on the radar. Let me look at a couple different radar products. Don't know what that is. Could have had more debris picked up there. So either way, keep a very close eye on that storm if you're in that area. I'm going to go back to Ottawa, Kansas, and just double check this storm is cycling again. New circulation in here is just along State Highway 68 still. Don't see any CC drop in here. It'd be right in here. We're looking at for a CC drop. We don't see that yet, but keep an eye on this if you're in Hillsdale, the Hillsdale State Park area, and areas just to the north of Paola. Still a dangerous cell. And then we have another cell capable of producing a tornado to the west of Ottawa. That's working along Reno Road, Sand Creek Road, and may eventually work back into Ottawa, which is a big problem. That's what I was just posting about. Big problem because the infrastructure may have been impacted by the lead cell and the lead, the first tornado, essentially. Strong tornado is possible through the next hour or so across that area in with that lead cell. So they are warning this area specifically for a potential for a strong tornado there. Still watching this cell. Also tornado possible near Moundsville or Mound City. It's a little messy of a CC. That's weird. A little further from the radar, but there could be a tornado ongoing there too. Mound City, Kritzer, and areas around Pleasanton. Those are 3 dangerous supercells in Kansas right now. And this is why there was kind of a marginal risk across the southern plains. There wasn't expected to be a lot of cells, but the cells that did fire were expected to be strong. We've had a few considerable threat for hail across parts of Texas today. And then this little area has been a little feistier than expected. And we saw earlier, that was actually a general thunderstorm risk on the latest outlook that just came out a little bit ago this evening, the 8 p.m. Central Advisory, I believe it is. They've now bumped, so this area has gone from a general thunderstorm risk to now a slight risk, which I feel like it's good they update the outlooks, but it's already happened, so it's a little bit of just covering your own butt sort of thing, that now this area is officially a slight risk for severe weather, when all day today it's been a general thunderstorm risk, if any, that basically cut off in that area there. So a small slight risk, again, a favorable environment locally as those storms kicked off of the dry line and then kind of created their own little weather across parts of east central Kansas. Ping pong ball size hail also possible with that tornado warned storm. So we're kind of watching this cluster of storms. We'll see if they get into the immediate Kansas City area. For the most part right now, keep an eye on this if you're south of Kansas City, especially Gardner, Aubrey, Olathe, and then onto the Missouri side, Lee Summit, Belton, Pleasant Hill, Harrisonville, especially that area east of this supercell. Belton, Pleasant Hill, Harrisonville, all need to be paying very close attention to these cells. They're going to try and cycle again. It looks like the cell may try and cycle again. And yeah, they're kind of all on their own. Oh, this is probably producing a tornado. If that's not producing a tornado, it's very close to producing a tornado. And it looks like it might be. Where are we getting radar out of? Kansas City, Springfield. That may be producing a tornado. If it is, it's about 600 Road, just to the south of Mound City. Yeah, that probably is producing a tornado, just looking at it on both radars. I would take cover like a tornado warning if you're in the Mound City, Pleasanton area. Just looking at this again. It's really wrapped up pretty tight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a tornado on the ground. If that's not, it's very close to producing a tornado. Mound City, Mill Creek, Battlefield Park, up towards Pleasanton. I would take my tornado safety precautions in this area. This is areas around Kritzer. Let me get the counties here for you. Located over Blue Mound or 9 miles west of Mound City, moving northeast at 25. And that is for Lynn County in Kansas. Here's some of your city locations, about 10 minutes to Mound City, and then towards the Battlefield Park, 22 minutes. Pleasanton, Kansas, 26. And then if it holds together, Worland, Missouri, about 41 minutes. That's a dangerous cell. I would not be surprised if that's producing a tornado like right now. That is likely a tornado on the ground. At 600 Road and 850th Road. Pretty tight circulation. And seeing correlation coefficients over that same location. Yeah, it looks like it's showing up on the velocity scan, on storm relative. Shows up on both tilts. So it does not appear to be like a glitch in the radar. It's not side lobe contamination. That is likely a tornado on the ground just near Mound City. And again, if it's somehow not, it is very close to producing a tornado. I'm very curious on this Kansas camera to see if it comes back online. This one may have taken a direct hit at I-35 and US 59 in the Ottawa area. Okay, we've lost our severe storms across the areas in Ohio. Still some strong storms between Toledo and Cleveland. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there in southwest Ontario. And then we also have still a small severe thunderstorm near St. John's, Michigan. And then strong storms are coming towards the Green Bay area, as well as basically kind of the northern tier of these areas. That camera's getting dark. Yeah, I guess we're just losing the light in general. But we may not see the horizons and the landscape as much, but stay tuned if you like lightning, because it looks like there are quite a bit of electrical storms tonight. Here's a look out of Green Bay. We'll see if we get more of those storms on this camera. Yeah, I think we lost this camera, which is unfortunate because there's more storms again to the west of Ottawa. Here's that tornado warning storm from Paola just a minute ago. So yeah, there's the look at this tornado. Is it tornado warned? May not be tornado warned. Yes, it is still tornado warned. Just north of Paola. It's going to try and recycle again near the Hillsdale State Recreation Area. So that's a look at that storm from Paola looking towards the north. Yeah, that's right. Basically here looking towards that storm. So that is a dangerous storm. Can't see exactly what's going on. Ooh, there may be a lowering right back in there. It's hard to say. Could be contrast on the camera, but there's something back in there. It doesn't look like it's a tornado on the ground, but there may be the lowering of the mesocyclone back in there. That's a dangerous storm. The other storm that we were just talking about has gone tornado warned. I think it was on the ground a few minutes ago. It might still be. It doesn't look quite as fishy as it did just a few minutes ago, but either way, Mound City over toward, they've warned a pretty good large swath of this, which is nice. Mountain City, Pleasanton, Mill Creek, Battlefield Park, towards Worland, Yume, and then up towards Trading Post. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. This includes a little bit. Oh, they did observe it. Look at that. Little slow on that, but weather spotter confirmed tornado southwest of Mound City just now, just 8:15, moving east at 30. And that's going to be areas for Lynn and western Bates counties. Yeah, we saw that on the correlation coefficient and the reflectivity a little bit ago, but that is the tornado located there just to the west of Mound City. And that's going to work its way, unfortunately, it looks like across Mound City, Pleasanton, Mound City. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. That's Lynn and Bates counties. Bates County, part of that is in Missouri. Most of this is Lynn County in Kansas. Dangerous storms in Kansas right now. This other storm is cycling between Paola and Spring Hill. And there's the new tornado warning there. Spring Hill, Aubrey, Way, and Lewisburg, Kansas. And again, this is making its way towards a more populated area on the southern sides of the Kansas City metro. So watch out on the Missouri side here, eventually Peculiar, Harrisonville, Lake Annette, and Cleveland. No warning yet for you guys, but this storm is pretty consistently tracking to the east. It's been a consistent mover, and yeah, continuing to watch there, right around Hillsdale Recreation Site. That is, looks like tightening back up. Could be a tornado forming there. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, wow. The wind is really picking up in those storms approaching Green Bay. Haven't seen as much lightning out of this camera, but the Green Bay storms, the winds are picking up. This camera, I could see a little bit of structure just a few minutes ago. This may be rain wrapped again, but areas just to around Hillsdale. Hillsdale, you need to be in your tornado safe space. That is likely on the ground. That's on the ground again. That's a tornado on the ground approaching Hillsdale State Park, and it's going to be continuing across areas here. Again, kind of the main part of this warning polygon. Let me get some towns and communities in here. Hillsdale, 4 minutes. Wagstaff, 11. Chili's, 16. It's going to basically ride along 247th Street. So if you're in Miami and Johnson counties along 247th Street, Way, Bucyrus, up to about 223rd. And then, yeah, towards Cleveland, Missouri. This is the Missouri-Kansas border. You need to be in your tornado safe space. That's a damaging tornado on the ground near Hillsdale, Kansas. Really nasty storm right there. And that is producing a tornado. Kansas has really gotten feistier here in the last couple minutes. Wow. Crazy shot here. The tornado is basically on the leading edge of this in the rain. This is kind of the other side of it. But look at the, it's sometimes called a beaver tail, the inflow of this storm. This is wow. Yeah, this is like a beaver tail, comes into the other side of the mezzo. So we're looking north. So this beaver tail's coming in like this. That's the inflow of the warm and moist air funneling in and around. This could be a significant tornado right at Hillsdale State Park. And it's about to cross It's about to cross Old Kansas City Road, Columbia Road, just in the areas right around Hillsdale. This is a dangerous tornado. That is a super, super well-structured supercell. Just looking at everything. That's essentially looking at this whole system just getting funneled in like this. So you're seeing that beaver tail come in, get funneled into the mesocyclone with the warm and humid air. And with the pressures lowering at the center of that mesocyclone and the tornado in progress, it's causing the warm and moist inflow air to condense. And you can see above that, that's the mesocyclone that looks like a donut. And then above there, there's kind of a plate structure. You can see kind of the columns, and then way, way up at the top, that's fanning out. That's at the higher elevations of this storm, which is likely pushing, I would guess, 50,000 feet if I had to guess, but we can double check that. Yeah, oh, look at that, 50,000 feet, spot on. The other cell is over 55,000 feet, approaching areas around Ottawa, Kansas too. So some really, really potent supercells in Kansas right now. Right now, that second cell doesn't look as punchy as the first one, but that is a crazy storm. Reported roping out tornado as the storm passed through Blue Mound. Train spotter. That's when we saw the correlation coefficient drop before that was tornado warned. So that was likely on the ground a long time before this was tornado warned. Now, whose office is this? Kansas City. They may have been really focused on the ongoing tornado warned storm up to the north. So that is maybe one reason why they were a little slow on getting this warning out. But this was an unwarned tornado for a little while. Tornado still potentially on the ground there at Pleasanton and Mound City. Yeah, it's close. May have lifted, but either way, right there, Pleasanton and Mound City. Tornado warning continues here. This is now an observed tornado. Look at this storm passing this camera. That is a insane look at this storm. Yeah, this is observed. This is a damaging tornado right over Hillsdale. So again, please take your tornado safety precautions. That is extreme southern Johnson County. So this is not the Johnson County where Kansas City suburbs really kind of kick in. This is from Spring Hill and Aubrey South in Johnson County. The county line, you may see it here. It's a gray line, cuts across here. This is Johnson County. So it's extreme southern and southeast portions of Johnson County, Spring Hill to Aubrey, and then Bucyrus, Chili's, Wagstaff, Hillsdale towards Cleveland. That would be in, what county was this again? Miami County. This is a storm that produced a damaging tornado over Ottawa a little bit ago. Looks like it has cycled and now produced another damaging tornado just around the Hillsdale area. That potentially is a strong tornado. Yeah, seeing about 45 on the outbound and 60 something on the inbound. So that's potentially a very strong tornado. And even without the tornado, Wagstaff, Chili's, areas around 247th Street, you're going to get some pretty strong rear flank downdraft winds. This camera's gone completely dark underneath the backside of that storm. And then good news here for Ottawa, this second supercell, tornado possible, ping pong ball size hail. We're already getting reports of damage from Ottawa on Main Street between 15th and 23rd, including a wall and roof damage to a hotel, roof damage and wall down at a gas station, roof removed from the Daylight Donuts, and trees down, no power. It's a very detailed report. Just looking at some stuff from the National Weather Service, just making sure we're caught up on everything. But yeah, dangerous tornado still in progress there at 247th Street near Chili's in Kansas. That's a dangerous storm. Going to continue this way towards Way and Cleveland. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning that extends out towards Peculiar and Harrisonville. And then this has gone back to radar indicated, but could be close to producing another tornado near Pleasanton. It's near the Battlefield Park in Mine Creek, and then east 850th Road, east of Moundsville. Good news is with parts of Ottawa without power, the second cell is not quite as strong anymore. Still has some rotation in it. See, train spotter report. This was earlier from that tornado observed moving east. Yeah, I don't know if that camera's coming back. It may have taken a direct hit, but it looks like Ottawa is without power as well, so that may also be factoring in. Keep it on that one. Look at the light show out of Minnesota tonight. Again, 2 tornado warned storms potentially still in progress too. If the Pleasanton one is not, which it might be, it's going to be cycling. That's a nasty cell that is likely cycling near Pleasanton. And then we have a really strong observed tornado again in progress. Tornado on the ground near Hillsdale just a few minutes ago, and we saw it on radar as well. Still looks like it's in here at 239th Street. There's also some really large hail up in here as well, showing up to the west there towards Spring Hill. But there is still, looks like a tornado in progress there at 239th Street near Chili's. Not Chili's the restaurant, but Chili's, Kansas. You can see this thing is really kind of making its own weather. Some type of boundary right here too. That's not the dry line, so there's some type of localized boundary also kind of right along here that these are riding. But we saw that earlier. We saw the inflow jet on this storm, and you can see everything's wrapping towards this mesocyclone, deep mesocyclone here. Harrisonville, I'm getting increasingly concerned for. This is roughly no warning yet, but areas like Harrisonville, Peculiar, about 40 to 50 minutes. This is a heavily traveled Interstate 49 corridor, and this area in Missouri is growing very fast. Belton towards Peculiar, Harrisonville, and then some of these communities out towards the Kansas border. Luckily, some of these areas south of Johnson County haven't grown quite as fast where this tornado is in right now. But this area is also growing. Johnson County, Miami County. Some of that's growing a little more west, luckily, versus south in Kansas. But anyway, still getting into some more populated areas there, those 2 supercells. And then right now we've lost our tornado warnings across the northern zone of severe weather. Still have a strong storm coming through Green Bay right now. Seeing the winds and heavy rain, not as much lightning on that storm. Yeah, it's kind of backed off a little bit. But the problem here for Green Bay, lead storm is coming through now. You're going to have strong, some isolated severe, but you're going to have strong storms with a lot of heavy rain. And you can see the flash flood warnings are really filling in here. This is going to be a corridor, I think, of some serious flash flooding that has a potential here across east central Wisconsin. We saw this storm earlier near Black Rock. More of a wind threat right now than hail, but a tornado possible in the cell near Pittsville. And then some other isolated hail producing storms back across western Wisconsin into Minnesota now, approaching Rochester. And then the strong storms are now pushing through the areas around Albert Lee. Yeah, this is kind of its own little system now. So we may get some more kind of embedded tornadic spins in here, but also a pretty big surge of wind. I think we talked about this just a little bit ago too. That's going to continue Albert Lee over towards Austin, Minnesota, Spring Valley, Grand Meadow, maybe up towards Rochester. And then also on the Iowa side, Forest City, Manly, Clear Lake, Mason City, all those areas. Newest tornado warning back here towards Crystal Lake and Woden, Crystal Lake, Hayfield, Miller, and Forest City. That's a radar indicated tornado warning there. That's for northern Hancock and southern Winnebago counties in north central Iowa. Yeah, located over Crystal Lake or 10 miles west of Forest City, moving east at 45. We should also see the storm motions pick up if this does start to kind of cluster together and advance towards the east. And then still seeing a lime-sized hail threat back towards Lakefield, Minnesota, Jackson, Minnesota. This is a lime-sized hail considerable threat for Jackson County in southwest Minnesota. Haven't had quite as many storms out in this area, but a couple of them have been severe. A couple tornadoes and some larger hail in Iowa and also southwest Minnesota, and even a little bit large hail into southeast parts of South Dakota. But I think our National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center outlook here has verified pretty well for the areas of large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Been a few tornadoes today. A couple may have been a little bit on the stronger side. I don't think we had any violent tornadoes today, but a couple stronger to significant tornadoes maybe across this area. I think we've actually had some of our strongest tornadoes across Kansas. Again, an area that until this evening was not even in a slight risk until the evening hours. We have a continuing tornado in progress. It doesn't look as could still be in here near Chili's, but it does look like it's kind of gusting out a little bit here. This will eventually kind of cut that circulation off, and then we'll get a new circulation forming. And still watching these areas: Harrisonville, Peculiar, Lake Annette, Cleveland, Westline. Starting to kind of get ready to take your tornado precautions if you're not in the warning polygon so far. That is the same cell that had the destructive or damaging tornado, I should say, damaging tornado across the Ottawa area, with damage and power being reported out in Ottawa. We are extending the observed tornado from Pleasanton. So it looks like this is back on the ground near Pleasanton. Yeah, there it is right here. Unfortunately, just coming through the Pleasanton area. And then areas east of Pleasanton near 1000th Road and also approaching the state line. This is Missouri, right here, Missouri and Kansas. And there's your tornado. It's about to cross into areas around Worland, Missouri. This new tornado warning covers that confirmed tornado near Pleasanton. This is for Lynn, eastern Lynn County in central Kansas, and then western Bates County in west central Missouri. That does include a portion of I-49 between basically Butler and Rich Hill. And if I'm in Butler, I'm starting to think of my safe place because it's about 26 minutes to center line on you guys. Foster, 10 minutes. Worland, about 4 to 5 minutes. Rucker, 8. Nyhart, 17. That's kind of center line. It's going to be hard to capture kind of everybody because this is actually a really wide warning. If it starts to pull towards the north, Amoret, about 10 minutes. Mulberry, 14. Virginia, 16. Passaic, Missouri, and Adrian, about 34 minutes. But yeah, if I'm in Butler, it's about center line to you guys, about 26 minutes away. So this is going to work through this warning polygon pretty quickly here. Again, This is right at the Kansas and Missouri state line at areas just east of Pleasanton. This is another damaging tornado in progress there. We can see the correlation coefficient of non-meteorological targets. And yeah, that's kind of center line towards Butler, Missouri. There's a look at those areas with the other tornado warning storm. And they are going to extend out that tornado warning through Peculiar. Looks like we've lost, yeah, it's gone back to the radar indicated. Looks like we've lost that tornado debris signature. It's weakened some, but this storm has cycled a number of times. So likely we'll see a new cycle. There's 2 tornado reports in here. I believe they're the same tornado. It just, it split these 2 chasers or storm spotters, and they saw it from 2 different sides. But yes, this new warning includes portions of Missouri. This goes for northeastern Miami County in east central Kansas, northwestern Cass County in west central Missouri. And they still have that one going east at 30. Here's some of your, woo, that zoomed in a little quickly. Here's some of your times across the top of the screen there. Cleveland, 6 minutes. Westline, 6. Lake and at 14. We've been saying some of these town names for a while. Freeman, 15. Peculiar, 21. And Harrisonville, 31. If it holds together, East Lynn would be about 45 minutes. That would be the same for Pleasant Hill, where this radar site is located. If it pulls a little bit more towards the north, yeah, Pleasant Hill, about 40, 42 minutes, something like that. Very dangerous cell. It's going to work across the southeast portions of the Kansas City metro. So yeah, Kansas City downtown, you guys are okay right now. Just some general severe, not even severe, but general thunderstorms across Kansas City, Prairie Village, Overland Park, Lee's Summit, towards Grandview. A little bit more severe storms across southern Johnson County from Olathe to Stanley to Aubrey. Some hail mixed in with those. And then the other hail-producing storm is now working through Ottawa with ping-pong ball-sized hail. That storm has less of a tornado chance here at the moment. That one has not looked as impressive as it did earlier today. The other tornado is crossing the Missouri state line near Worland and Amoret, Virginia, Mulberry, and Butler in line for that storm. That is about to be a Missouri problem versus a Kansas problem. In Kansas, we have not had a lot of storms, and they've not been in a very big area. Basically been all in this east central Kansas area today, but they have been feisty. Still seeing a couple stronger storms in Texas, but Texas has behaved itself along the dry line. We still have some stronger storms approaching Saginaw, Bay City, and Frankenmuth, Michigan. Severe warning there for quarter-size hail. Mostly in this area down towards St. Charles and those areas approaching Saginaw. I don't know if it's going to get all the way up to Bay City. We'll go back across the lake over towards Green Bay. Severe warning storm there. It's kind of starting to fizzle out, but a big flood threat is going to be ongoing through the evening across these areas. Green Bay and points north towards Wausau and west. Also up towards the Michigan and Wisconsin border, across the northern eastern parts of Wisconsin. This is a big flood risk because we have a lot more storms. They are starting to cluster up into these multi-cell complexes. We're kind of losing the supercellular features, but still really dangerous storms, especially at night. Tornado possible quarter-size hail for those storms. Wood County Forest down to Meadow Valley, Warrens, and areas up towards Wisconsin Rapids, approaching Stevens Point again. More storms. I think that's the 3rd or 4th round for Stevens Point. And then, yeah, big mess of storms. Some of those are not as severe as they were earlier around the Rochester area. This, though, down here towards Albert Lee is a considerable threat. This is a considerable threat here for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Here's a look at the Albert Lee area. If this loads, it's a light show right now. But yeah, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through Austin, Lansing, Dexter, parts of Grand Meadow, and then into Iowa, St. Agar, Osage, as well as Northwood, Manly, and then back towards Forest City. We have a radar indicate tornado warning there around the Forest City area, Crystal Lake, approaching areas north of Mason City and Clear Lake in Iowa. Here's a look back out of the Kansas area. This is with that other storm approaching in Kansas with the severe thunderstorm warning there. This is for that area around Wellsville. Again, some ping pong ball size hail potentially in here. This storm is not as tornadic as it was earlier, but we can see also this is following in the footsteps of the lead cell. A lot of heavy rain on the roads already, and also ponding in the ditches and the gullies. So this could be a localized flash flooding issue in east central Kansas as well. Severe thunderstorm warning extends out for $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Potentially some of this could be higher than 60. We're looking at 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds in spots near Aubrey and areas in southern Johnson County. It's about to cross into areas like Belton and Raymore. And then our area of circulation has diminished some in the last few minutes. It's approaching areas around Cleveland. Yeah, this is broadened back out for now. Let's see, though, how long this stays. A little bit of an RFD surge, a little outflow in there. So that also should help some of these storms behind it in the rain-cooled air. But this may try and surge back out and refocus an area of circulation. If it does, areas around Harrisonville, Peculiar, Lake Annette are in the more concerning part of that storm. And if you're in the Kansas City area, mostly just general thunderstorms north of the Johnson County line. That includes Lee's Summit, Overland Park, up towards Kansas City. The tornado threat is to your south. This storm has gone back to radar indicated. Maybe. That may be back on the ground near Worland. So wouldn't be surprised if that one is continuing to produce a tornado. Again, center line there for Butler. If you're in areas around Butler, Missouri, about 19 minutes. Nyhart 9, Rucker 3 minutes or less, Foster 4. And then it should go north of areas like Athol. Hey, Go Blue. How's it going tonight? Hope all is well there. Oh, wow. That camera has been fairly calm the last couple minutes, but it's started to gust there at Green Bay. A pretty good burst of wind. That's kind of on the backside of those severe warned storms. Yeah, doing pretty good. Can't complain here. pretty widespread severe weather day. There's some lightning too on that Green Bay camera. We've had, I think, a couple, not significant. I don't know if they're officially significant, but we've had a couple stronger tornadoes today, it looks like. And also a number of smaller tornadoes today. But then the hail threat has really confirmed in here. This corridor across southern Minnesota into Wisconsin. Some of that 3-inch hail, tennis ball size hail. We'll see even more, I think, reports come in. So a lime size hail. Yeah, we've had a lot of damaging hail, a decent number of tornadoes today. And then also starting to get more damaging wind warnings as these storms are starting to cluster together. Yeah, this is a multi-cell cluster here that's bowing out along the Iowa and Minnesota border. That's going to accentuate the wind threat there. We'll have to watch this cell or this complex. If it starts to bow out, it may create a problem here in east central parts of Wisconsin as well. And this still has ping pong ball size hail in this part of the storm. Near Cataract, Fort McCory, over towards areas around Toma, Wisconsin. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of rotation in that. That last cell in this cluster is a little bit of a supercell. Here's a look back at those severe warning cells near Kansas. And let's see, I think we do have a location for a camera in Toma. Yeah, this might be a decent perspective here. There's a little bit of light from whatever's off the side of the highway, so we can see a little bit of the trees. If it gets pretty crazy and windy in here, we may be able to see some of the storm and at least some of the hail if that gets towards the Toma area. We'll keep an eye on that storm. We got a new severe warning in Ohio also. This cluster of storms has been severe at times near Norwalk and Huron. I don't know if it's going to get to Cleveland as a severe cluster of storms, but at least on the stronger side. Okay, we have 3 tornado warned storms. One is in Forest City, Iowa. Area of rotation kind of just over Forest City and maybe just south of town. We're really far from the radar site. This is a bit of a radar hole. So it's really hard to see exactly what's going on, and we're losing light, so it's going to be harder to for storm spotters as well. But keep an eye on that if you're north and west of Mason City. And then we have 2 tornado warned storms that have produced tornadoes across the southern and southwestern parts of the Kansas City metro towards Ottawa. They've just trimmed this one down, so it's dropped. They've dropped the Kansas part of the storms, I think, for probably both of these. They should for both of them. It's a Missouri problem now. It's starting to cycle. We'll see if this cycles again. But if it does, it'd be towards Lake Annette and then eventually over towards East Lynn, Harrisonville. Right now, this is staying kind of broad. It has weakened some. So we'll see if that does cycle. But still a strong storm. Still being a sturdy structure away from windows in your tornado safe space. Peculiar down to west line. And then this cell, maybe one of the better presenting cells right now for supercells, has had multiple tornadoes with this. It's between Foster and Nyhart, approaching Butler, with also some pretty heavy rain and wind as well. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some larger than quarters in here. A rotation down in here, just north of Rucker. There it is, right in here. That's approaching Nyhart. The storm dropped at least 2 or 3 tornadoes, maybe one, or it could have been one and then lifted and then two. So either 2 to 3. I don't know exactly how many because it was on the ground for around Blue Mound. We saw the CC drop. I think it had CC drop the whole way as it kind of crossed and then started up again. So maybe 2, maybe 3 if it broke up a couple times. They have continued this as a radar indicated tornado warning. That is for Bates County, central Bates County. And I do want to check and make sure they've adjusted the speed. It's slowed down a little bit. Was at 40, it's now at 30. So that gives areas around Butler about 20 minutes. And then, let's see, Spruce, Missouri, about 41 minutes. And then if it holds together at Montrose, Missouri, about 57. Keep an eye on the storm, too, if you're over here towards Clinton and Deepwater. That's the area around the Truman Reservoir. Has a little bit more touristy, a lot of fishing and outdoor activities around here. So if you know anyone out in that area around Clinton and Deepwater, give them a call. Let them know there's a pretty powerful storm headed their direction. And that may give them some time to get to a safe place if they're out camping or fishing or hiking around those areas. The storm is looking a little less tornadic, at least right now, around Peculiar and Lake Annette. Still continuing the severe thunderstorm warning all the way for Lee Summit, Raymore, Belton, Grandview, and Harrisonville. We'll slide back up into Minnesota. Before I do, let me just look here. Some good news is it looks like they're going to trim a bunch of these areas off of the tornado watch. So a bunch of the northern parts of the tornado watch are getting trimmed off. New Ulm, Faribault, up towards Red Wing, and then across into Wisconsin, areas around Eau Claire, Menominee, Stanley, Medford. Those areas are getting trimmed from the tornado watch. Pretty much if you're behind that line now, this cluster of storms that's developed, which is almost a full cluster, but there's kind of one in here and then one in here. If you're behind those, you're in good shape. So Claire and those areas into central parts of Minnesota. The one exception would be on the southern end of this, like down in here towards La Crosse. The first cluster has kind of skipped you, but the second cluster is still on the way. So we'll continue to watch these two clusters. They may start to kind of form into one, and the models did have that kind of continuing across parts of the east and central parts of Wisconsin later into the evening. Let's see. The winds are picking up a little bit in that area around Toma. I also see the lightning is picking up too. And then we still have strong winds and heavy rain in these storms in Kansas. That's the severe warning storm with golf ball size hail, I think it was, or ping pong ball. They've dropped it down to quarters. Okay, that's better. Yeah, the largest hail is past the Wellsville area. Quarter size hail, Paola, Lewisburg, Way, Spring Hill. You have another storm behind you. Looks like this is trying to cycle again. Wouldn't be surprised if this puts down a tornado. So watch out here if you're in the Butler area. That one is a concerning storm north of Rich Hill in Missouri. And then a new tornado warning north of Austin, Minnesota. This covers areas around Blooming Prairie over towards Lansing, and then up towards Hayfield, High Forest, and Stewartville, south of Rochester, Minnesota. Olmsted, Mower, and Dodge counties. Here's a look inside that tornado warning polygon. This is near the area south of Rochester, near the Rochester airport. And yeah, that's a pretty good spot for that camera. Couple areas of circulation in here, which is interesting. They've warned kind of the broad one, but there's a newer circulation near Rockdale, which is a little more interesting. They've warned it for capable of producing straight line winds 9 miles north of Austin. Capable of producing straight line winds and tornadoes for kind of this broad area of circulation. But this area has picked up quite significantly just in the last couple minutes. Let me double check and make sure it's not anything that is glitching out. No, it's on both elevations of the radar. The tilt. It's on storm relative and normal velocities. There is a area of rotation here, but it's picked up near Rockdale. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. That may approach the area's south sides of Rochester in the next few minutes. Keep an eye on that storm for a new tornado warning there if that continues. Some good news here around the Kansas area. We've lost our tornado warning for areas around Peculiar, Harrisonville. We are seeing some damaging winds coming through Raymore with 60, 64 mile an hour winds potentially here. And then also down towards Peculiar with 60 or so mile an hour winds. We'll see if it tries to cycle. It doesn't look like it's imminently going to do that, but it's kind of stretched out a little bit. So it's a little less healthy than it did earlier. And we still have some stronger storms behind it, but the good news is it's a little bit more of a rain-cooled, stable environment. These mostly are just wind and hail producers at the moment. This cell is a little bit more of the intriguing supercell with an area of rotation south and west of Butler. It's moving towards Butler at about 30 miles an hour. Puts it into Butler, Missouri in about 12 minutes. Montrose 50, Appleton City 45. Tornado watch is a very small tornado watch here in Missouri and Kansas. Goes another 2 hours or so, but some of this will likely get trimmed as these storms work their way into Missouri. Some of this has gotten trimmed up already, so we're clear of the tornado threat back across east central Kansas. Really, if you're kind of away from this cluster storm. So Ottawa, areas that got hit hard by the tornado earlier, with damage being reported there at multiple locations in Ottawa. You guys are free of that tornado threat now, as well as up towards Lawrence, and really like Kansas City and west, Overland Park, Olathe, DeSoto, Edwardsville, all those areas in the Kansas City metro west of Kansas City are basically tornado free. The only areas that aren't really are these areas in Miami County, and then really it's Miami County because the storm's going to keep working towards the east, and then the counties in Missouri that are under this tornado watch are still in a risk there. That is a look there at the Ottawa airport. You can see the storms are starting to move in to those locations. Tornado warning there continues for areas south of Rochester, between Rochester and Austin. Although, yeah, there's an area of circulation near Rockdale. There's an interesting little circulation that we have to keep watching too. Otherwise, it's kind of a broad, messy circulation north of Brownsdale and east of Lansing. That is moving generally towards High Forest and Stewartville, Missouri, or Michigan, or sorry, Minnesota. It's been a little bit of a long day. You can see out ahead of that tornado warned section, there is a lot of heavy rain, wind, lightning, and maybe some small hail that stretches across those areas. Fairmont back into a severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. Storm has kind of held on, and it's produced some lime size hail just a little bit ago. So Interesting. Behind this whole big cluster storm, there's still a storm that's producing some decent hail in here. And then I do want to check our Michigan friends. Near Frankenmuth, a little cell with half-dollar size hail coming towards Frankenmuth, Saginaw. Don't know if it's going to get up towards Bay City. Seeing also some stronger storms in the Cleveland area. Some severe warning storms near Norwalk. And then a big mess of storms over the lake. Some stronger storms also in southwest Ontario this evening. And some storms even stretching back into northwest parts of Pennsylvania. Even parts of central Pennsylvania, actually, that have some storms. They have upped this to a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Good news is the hail has come down quite significantly on this storm. But this is going to be a lot of counties. Cass, Lafayette, Jackson, and Johnson counties in west central Missouri. It's moving east at 45, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and penny-sized hail. So yeah, hail's not a big threat on this storm anymore. This was the tornado-warned storm earlier. Okay, here's some locations, and they're not all of them, but hopefully you know the cities around you. Pleasant Hill, about 5 to 6 minutes or less. And then if it gets out towards East Lynn, 14 minutes, Gun City, 18, Strasburg, 14, Holden, 30, Warrensburg, 49 minutes, and then Knobnoster, 64. Also Lake Lafayette, about 36 to 40 minutes. A little bit closer, let's move in here towards the northern side of the storm. Elm, 26, Lone Jack, 18. And then on the southern side of things, Latour and Rose Hill, Missouri, about 26 minutes. Denton and Magnolia, Missouri is 37. So pretty wide area there. But that's a big storm. And then that storm that is tornado warned near Butler, looks like it's lost a little bit of its punch. So that's a good sign. Some hail possible there north of Butler towards Passaic, Missouri. Still a tornado warned storm continues there. Is that Bates County? Yeah, northeastern Bates County in Missouri. So 2 tornado warnings right now. Good news is we're down from when we had 7 or 8 tornado warnings earlier. Still is some rotation in here. It's kind of wrapped up in the rain near Dodge Mower Road and 250th Avenue near Oslo, Minnesota. And that's going to continue towards the south sides of Rochester. So we'll keep an eye on that area. There's the considerable threat for the 70-mile-an-hour wind, Dexter down to Adams. And then they have stretched that out to cover areas in southern Minnesota from about Marion, Chatfield, Spring Valley, Preston, and Harmony along the Minnesota-Iowa border. Losing a little bit of the punch of those storms across northern Iowa. Also watching this cluster storms near Wisconsin Rapids. There's a little rotation in here. Port Edwards down towards Meadow Valley Wildlife. And then still seeing some quarter-size hail. And these storms backed by Toma and Sparta. I feel like that area hasn't moved that much in the last few minutes. Latest from Ottawa, Kansas is damage reported in the city. We saw that pretty extensive damage report here on the storm report from the Ottawa area. But then also thousands are without power right now as well. So that is a another issue. And this is going to be a problem for an extended period this evening. But this whole area, especially in western and central Wisconsin, has had a lot of rain over today, but just recently as well. So there's going to be a corridor of some significant flash flooding potential. That may stretch all the way back across southern Minnesota with all these storms working across the same areas. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out, tornado possible tag there around Wisconsin Rapids. That same area that we were talking about earlier. Surging out also the wind on the southern flank of that circulation. Check out our Kansas and Missouri storms again. That storm is now through Butler with rotation there east of Butler. Not seeing as much in the way of debris signature or anything like that, so this is likely still radar indicated. We saw some pretty clear debris signatures earlier, so that gives me confidence that it's still not on the ground right now. And then this cell still has some gusty winds and some small hail. The biggest thing is it's kind of working over some of those same areas that had tornadoes. So even though it's not a super strong storm, if you already lost part of your roof or shingles and siding and stuff like that, or already are without power, it's just going to be kind of worse, just making things worse. This storm is surging out. Ooh, little area of rotation in here, really close to the radar site. This little thumb feature kind of sticking out. That's an interesting little feature. We'll see if that continues, but it's kind of bowing out. That's leading to more of a damaging wind threat at the moment. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. I want to back this up and take a look. Ooh. That may be close to producing a tornado just on the south side of Pleasant Hill. Correlation coefficient gets really hard to see in the kind of the cone of silence. May have produced a brief tornado. It's hard to say. Probably not, but right in here, near Purvis Road, just on the south side of Pleasant Hill. If that holds together, that may need another tornado warning. Look how quickly that spun up. Not much here near Gowdy and 203rd Street. And then the next scan, really close to the radar site too. So we're within like a couple hundred feet off the ground. That's an area of circulation there crossing 1st Street. Still in here, it looks like at 189th Street. You can also see the damaging winds up towards Cockrell, Lone Jack, Outer Belt Road, and then areas now to the east of Pleasant Hill. Areas like Strasburg, Fulkerson, Elm, Pittsville, and Columbus, Missouri. Keep an eye on this storm. That's the area of circulation I just kind of tracked out real quick. Just moving to the north and east at about 40 miles an hour. But yeah, that storm could still have a tornadic potential right there on the leading edge, where there's a little bit of inflow funneled in here, a little outflow, kind of that little feature right there. And we're really close to the radar site, so that is a low-level circulation. Otherwise, this whole area is under a considerable threat, and you do want to shelter similar to a tornado. You don't need to be, below ground, but you want to be in a safe, sturdy structure away from windows, away from your top stories, especially if you have trees around. Yeah, you do want to shelter in a sturdy structure. They have extended a new tornado warning across this area from Grand Meadow, Spring Valley, Racine in Minnesota, Chatfield, Fountain, and Ardall for another area of circulation in here near Grand Meadow. Yeah, there's a little bit of a circulation in there. Not as impressive as it was just on the last scan, but there's a new circulation actually to the south of Grand Meadow, approaching areas like Spring Valley. So a little bit more of a QLCS threat right now. Kind of a broad area of circulation up near High Forest. That's likely not tornadic. But then a couple circulations down here near Grand Meadow. One there, and then one here at 190th Street near Ostrator. That one has come up in the last couple minutes. So they may add a new warning and kind of reposition it if that holds together. Wouldn't be surprised to get some type of new warning for that area. This is all in southeast parts of Minnesota, south of Rochester for the most part. And QLCS tornadoes can be a little bit harder to detect, even on radar. They can pop up within a radar scan and can be pretty hard to detect. And just like that Grand Meadow one, by the time you get the warning out, the one area of rotation is weakened, while the next area of down has strengthened. So a couple little areas of circulation. Yeah, keep an eye on kind of that area too. So Ostrator, Forestville, Preston, Spring Valley. You guys kind of want to shelter like a tornado warning too. You're kind of right up against that tornado warned part of the storm. We finally lost that rear cell near Fairmont. Yeah, it's finally gone below severe limits. A pretty big hail producing storm of its own. Let's go back to this storm because I thought it needed maybe a tornado warning if that area of rotation held on. Still kind of hanging on a little area of rotation in there. Yeah, it's right in here at 179th Street, just to the north of Strasburg, Missouri. It's on that leading edge too, which is where we'd expect to see. Another little area right there near Lake Lotawana. Two areas of circulation in here. Keep an eye on this. It could be a QLCS threat there too. A couple small spin-ups, but also a more widespread area of 70-mile-an-hour winds, potentially across those areas east of Kansas City, southeast sides of Kansas City. Our Kansas camera is starting to clear out a little bit on the backside of those storms. Looks much brighter, and I just mean like you can see the horizon a little bit better, and you can see the lights of whatever that is off the truck stop or whatever off to the side of the highway. Looks like it stopped raining here. This is at Wellsville on the Kansas side of things. Yeah, just on the back edge of all these severe warned storms. So finally looking a lot better. You can see there's a lot of water in those gullies and the ditches along the side of the roadway. So please take it easy. It's still ponding on the roadway, hydroplaning. And yeah, that's still a rough night there across east central parts of Kansas. Our other tornado warned storm still radar indicated east of Butler in Bates County, Missouri. And still not seeing anything there on the CC that indicates that that is back on the ground. Generally, though, coming towards the Clinton, Missouri area, so keep an eye on those storms. 62-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at the station there at Lake Winnebago. Train spotter report there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see more 60 plus mile an hour winds in that corridor there to the southeast sides of Kansas City. And then, yeah, a couple areas of circulation in here that are interesting. One near Ostrator and then one near Grand Meadow. Looks like that's picked up again. Yeah, a couple areas of circulation in here near Racine. That'll be approaching Chatfield. The other circulation is just kind of on the edge of the warning polygon towards Spring Valley, but may ride just outside the warning polygon, so keep an eye on that one for Preston, Minnesota. The worst of this is south of the Rochester, Minnesota area. And then tornado possible tag there for Wisconsin Rapids and areas around Stevens Point. That storm has a little bit of rotation also and some hail in that storm, and just a massive flooding issues across east central parts of Wisconsin. Street flooding in Green Bay. Several streets flooded at Pulaski, Wisconsin. Water over Highway 47. Law enforcement is putting the high water signs out. Flooding at Sun Valley Manor. Law enforcement, parts of Highway 110 covered with water between Marion and Manawa, Wisconsin. So yeah, this is a big flash flood issue across north and central Wisconsin. And these storms are going to keep training across the same area. That was that area around Blue Earth. Yeah, we thought there was a tornado on the ground. It looks like there is a tornado on video there from a storm chaser too. So that checks out. I think a lot of the tornadoes that were confirmed, I think we saw quite a few of those via radar tonight too on correlation coefficient and things. Still broad circulation there east of Butler. Oh, they have extended that warning, tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning for areas around Clinton. We mentioned Clinton earlier, but Henry County, Bates County, and southeastern Johnson counties in west central Missouri. That is the severe thunderstorm there east of Butler. Moving east at 45. Yeah, Clinton, Windsor, Leeton, Ulrich, Calhoun, Deepwater, Montrose, Creighton, Cole, Brownington, Tightwad, Post Oak, and Hartwell. This cell seems to be diminishing some, but just to kind of cover everybody, there is a look at some of the track for this storm. So about 25 minutes towards the Clinton area. And this is Highway 13. It's similar to interstate standards, except for like right downtown Clinton, but it's essentially a 4-lane divided highway. It connects the Kansas City area up this way to the Springfield and kind of southwest Missouri area down to the south. So it's a pretty well-traveled highway and pretty major highway to get down to like Branson and some of those recreation areas in the Ozarks and stuff. And yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm coming through towards the Clinton area. Just want to double check, make sure we don't have anything crazy going on towards the south. Yeah, our isolated severe threat looks like in Texas and Oklahoma has basically gone away. So Yeah, and they have dropped that slight risk area that was across most of the day. Slight risk across this area that has gone away. Couple storms looks like fired up there near the Red River, but these storms are about out of the new slight risk that they added at the 8 o'clock hour. This one still has a little interesting circulation on it. Just to the east of Fulkerson near Pittsville. That one still could have a localized tornado threat for a quick spin up. But otherwise, and this one still has a little bit of rotation here, but they're going to drop that tornado warning. Still a storm to watch across the areas around Clinton. And if anyone's hanging on about tomorrow we do it all over again. A little bit higher chance of dry line initiation. So the slight risk, a large slight risk, extends all the way back down through Texas and Oklahoma, but also includes more of those areas. And then the enhanced risk dips down into areas here across Milwaukee, Chicago, northern Illinois, and then also towards the Des Moines area. So we're back into the enhanced risk. Much of the lower peninsula of Michigan, as well as northern Ohio, also in the slight risk. Tomorrow has a 10% hatch tornado risk across northern Illinois, extreme southern Wisconsin, and then southeast parts of Iowa. I feel like we've been there before. And then a large risk for damaging wind, a slight risk. It's not a super large damaging wind risk day tomorrow, but then a hail risk covers a lot of those same areas. So it's a tornado and hail-driven enhanced risk. There also is a chance of some stronger tornadoes, more isolated, but a couple of them could be stronger across western and central and north central parts of Oklahoma tomorrow. We also have a day 3. That's right now a slight risk from Madison, Wisconsin, and western Illinois, southern and eastern parts of Iowa, all the way down through Missouri and to the Red River. Day 4 we don't have, but we now have, as of early this morning, a new day 5. This extends out across some of those same areas, but much of Iowa, much of northern and western Missouri, eastern and central Kansas, and then down into Oklahoma. And we may get a day 4 and day 6 risk closer to those, but there's just less confidence in that right now. But yeah, certainly a stretch of some potent severe weather across especially the central part of the U.S. Still seeing some broad rotation in there, but that's diminishing some. Spring Valley just hit a 57 mile an hour wind gust. We also had 54 there at the airport. That's in this area. Oh, not on that camera. That camera. Right there at the airport. Just had a huge blast of lightning there on that camera before it switched over. So still pretty good storms ongoing there. And yeah, there's a couple areas of circulation in here. One south of Spring Valley, and then one to the north of Spring Valley. They both don't look like they're producing tornadoes at the moment, but they could at kind of any time. All right, I'm going to grab a drink refill while things have calmed down just slightly. All right, that looks better. Yeah, this is starting to be a bit of a big mess. I'm also starting to see some outflow boundaries. That's a good sign for the severe threat. Those are going to diminish at least, especially the tornado risk behind those outflow boundaries. But yeah, the flood risk is going to be, I think, a big factor here. We're already seeing a lot of flood reports coming in from east central parts of Wisconsin around the Green Bay areas, back through Stevens Point and towards the Wisconsin Rapids. You can see all those flash flood warnings also in effect for those areas. Some of those were in effect. Some of the river, like flash flood warnings and stuff, were in effect before the severe weather today. But a lot of these new, bigger, larger boxes are new flash flood warnings. We still have this little convective system down here across southern parts of Minnesota. It's less outflow dominant here. And actually the outflow is kind of surging out from these storms to the north. But this area down here along the basically southern border of Minnesota and then the border with Iowa still has a pretty good storm system with a couple embedded circulations. They're now pushing east and south of Rochester, so starting to clear out around the Rochester area with the storms. It does look like it's a lot less a lot less rainy there in the Rochester area, but these storms are generally approaching the La Crosse area, so we do have to watch those with the along the Wisconsin border with Minnesota. Still a couple circulations near Fillmore and Forestville, approaching Preston and areas south of Chatfield. So keeping an eye on those storms, kind of in two embedded circulations and then some damaging wind risk. Otherwise, behind this line of storms, your severe threat diminishes. So areas like Albert Lea, Austin, Owatonna, Faribault, all those areas that had a lot of severe weather earlier today. Mankato, I think you guys actually missed it in downtown, but we've had several stronger storms go kind of beside you. Areas that had tornadoes across southern Minnesota today should be clearing out in the next little bit if you haven't already. So yeah, it's becoming a severe risk for extreme southeast Minnesota. And then the other good news is we've lost our tornado warnings across Missouri. Still a tornado possible tag for the storm near Clinton. Still has some broad rotation, but that is weakened. And this storm overall has looked less impressive. Still have a couple stronger storms, maybe some embedded hail, especially in this storm near Spring Hill, Kansas. Yeah, some hail and wind potentially in that storm. That could get a severe warning. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. And then some small hail and gusty winds, Westline, Freeman. But the big story here, this considerable threat storm has continued on. Still a little rotation in here. Actually, a couple areas of rotation in here. One right here, one right here, one back here near Bates City, Odessa, Lake Lafayette, and north of Warrensburg. So keep an eye on those areas. Kind of a little embedded QLCS in here too. This is what's left of the tornado producing storm that produced a damaging tornado across Ottawa, Kansas earlier. Some trees down around Raymore. Yeah, we've seen some 60 plus mile-an-hour winds across those areas south sides of the Kansas City metro. Just trying to catch up and see if there's any new reports of anything. We saw some of this crazy structure on the live streams on the cameras and stuff that we have of that storm that produced the tornado through the Ottawa area, and then produced another like damaging tornado near Hillsdale, Kansas earlier today. And we saw the inflow jet and the stacked plates and everything. And yeah, there's some other pictures online of that storm. Looked very, very impressive. Those two tornadoes could be potentially on the stronger side. I haven't seen any actual damage from the Ottawa area yet coming in. So let me do a different. I'm checking out social media, and I want to see. Yeah, it looks like there are a couple pictures of the Ottawa tornado. It looks like kind of a pretty thick cone tornado wrapped in rain at times, a little wedgy at times. I haven't seen any video. Oh, here's some video of it. Hold on a second. Yeah, we'll see. I haven't seen any actual damage pictures yet from the Ottawa area. If you do, tag us if you have some and you're safely out and about in Ottawa, Kansas. But and WXCast live on Twitter. There are some chaser videos of the actual tornado. But yeah, I don't. But they weren't like super close to it, which is probably a good thing. Otherwise, let's continue on. And while I'm trolling socials, I just want to double check and see if we've had any large hail reports. Some of those large hail reports were chaser reports or also just sent in to the National Weather Service versus posting on social media. So yeah, I don't see any like giant hail that people would post on socials. Okay. Oh yeah. Just saw a post of the tornado near Webb earlier that we saw on the correlation coefficient, and it's a long, skinny rope tornado, but it looks like a fairly intense one from the pictures. There's a debris cloud at the bottom. We'll post there it is, WXCast Live on Twitter and Facebook. Especially X is really good for sharing breaking news. That's where most of the reports go. But and then yeah, the second tornado, at least maybe more than one, but the second pretty strong tornado that crossed near Hillsdale, Kansas, looks like was a stovepipe tornado that chasers saw before it got rain wrapped pretty quickly. They have issued a special weather statement on this cell near Spring Hill for some small hail and gusty winds. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a severe warning. And then things are diminishing across Missouri right now. Odessa down to Warrensburg. Now a severe thunderstorm warning. We're seeing a little less in those little QLCS spins. There still is one here along I-70 near Mayview. But other than that, we're seeing a little less tornadic chances there around Warrensburg. Then this cell, still tornado possible tag, but it's weakening significantly west of Clinton, Missouri. So about done with the severe weather for the day across Kansas and Missouri. And it looks like they're going to start trimming some of these more of the watch areas. Kansas, you're pretty much done with the tornado risk for tonight. And then areas here around Mason City, new severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball size hail. Gardner, Clear Lake, and Mason City. A little bit of rotation on that too. We'll keep an eye on that end. That's a tail end Charlie that you do have to watch sometimes. They've also backed a little bit off of these storms. They're not a considerable threat anymore. But a severe warning covers the two southernmost counties in Minnesota right now. Those are Houston and Fillmore counties in southeast Minnesota. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. There's still a tornado warning continues there for another 12 minutes for this area around Preston and north of Preston. County Highway 8 near Lanesboro. Take a look in here and see what's going on. Interesting. That's tracked kind of away from the warning. It's that area that was south of Spring Hill that's always kind of been on the southern end of this warning polygon. But the strongest part of this is located near Preston, just outside of the warning polygon. So it's going to go south of Lanesboro. Yeah, it's in this little notch, kind of right in here. Little inflow feature. Nothing that screams that tornadoes on the ground, but keep an eye on this, especially if you're out towards Rushford, Houston, kind of that area in there. That's how I would box that out if I was doing the the warning polygons tonight. Something like that. And then keep an eye on this storm for La Crosse. Let's see, we do have... Here is the areas around La Crosse, Wisconsin. Starting to see lightning pick up on this camera. This is I-90 at Wisconsin 157, just to the north of downtown. I believe it's like right here or right here. I think it's right here. Sorry. It's up on the bluff across the river there. So these storms are generally headed towards this area. So we'll keep an eye on this. So you can see dry roads right now across La Crosse, Wisconsin. We have some severe thunderstorms still ongoing near Stevens Point, Wisconsin, Amherst. Those will work back towards the Green Bay area. The big mess of storms. Let's see about this storm. This may get a little bit windy for areas around Frankfort and Manistee, Michigan. So I have those storms that have produced some hail across the areas of Michigan. Those are still ongoing near Wisner, Unionville, Cass City, and the thumb of Michigan, still under a severe thunderstorm warning for some $half size hail. I think those storms around Cleveland are starting to diminish. And storms have diminished a lot in southwest parts of Ontario, so not much of a severe threat there. A small cluster of storms could persist through 5 or 6Z into central Missouri. So the Storm Prediction Center kind of noting that there is a possibility there of some wind and lower chances of hail and tornadoes, but some stronger winds across parts of central Missouri there, west central Missouri, where those storms kind of along the I-70 corridor. And then a new severe thunderstorm watch. We can see this here on the radar as issued by the Storm Prediction Center. A linear storm mode is becoming more prevalent. The risk for damaging winds will continue to increase, as well as a QLCS tornado threat that will remain. So a lot of this area was under a tornado watch, but the tornado watch expires at the top of the hour. They're going to replace much of that with a severe thunderstorm watch. Just kind of reprioritizing the wind risk that's going to continue. It is a slightly higher end severe thunderstorm watch. It calls for a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball size likely. So the hail threat is diminishing. And then scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour are likely. That includes areas in northern parts of Iowa, northeast Iowa, southeast Minnesota. Although some of that will get trimmed as that cluster does kind of move through that area. And then much of southern Wisconsin, so La Crosse down towards Dubuque on the Iowa side of things, and then over Madison, Beloit, Janesville, Kenosha, Milwaukee, Sheboygan, and Appleton. And that goes until 4 a.m. on Tuesday. So an overnight severe threat across the southern portions of Wisconsin. We're getting a new tornado warning for that little area of rotation we've been tracking for a while. Ooh, it may be on the ground. Nope. Not yet. I thought that was maybe it, but that's actually a little bit of clear air. So we'd be looking actually right in here, where there's no correlation coefficient drop at the moment, although there's a little bit of a weakness in here, so this could be the start of something. Ooh, that could be it, yeah. Very tight little area of circulation in here, and there is a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop. So we'll see if that shows a little larger on the next scan. That could be a tornado in progress, but right in here, that's our area of circulation. Approaching areas around Highland. That's going to continue over towards Yucatan. This is a new warning for areas of west central Houston and east central Fillmore County. Okay, we just got the new scan in. You may hear the sweepy noise. Okay, we got a new reflectivity. We'll wait on the velocity in the other. That is a pretty nasty signature there. Still some ping pong ball size hail potentially near Clear Lake, although that seems to be diminishing some. Starting to see these storms become a little more outflow dominant as well. That's a good sign there. We did get a new CC scan. I have to say, there's still nothing showing there, but that could easily be a tornado that touches down in a fairly short amount of time there. So Yucatan over towards Highland and Choice. Keep an eye on that storm. Again, these are closing in on La Crosse, Wisconsin. Camera just went to the night mode, but there it goes, it's back. There is a little more frequent lightning starting to show up on those cameras too. That Ottawa camera is still not showing, but the next camera down, the West Ottawa camera, is showing now, and you can see some lightning on the horizon from those storms. This is looking towards Missouri, so eastbound. It looks like this area, the rest stop and stuff was all skipped by the tornado. So I expected that maybe this was just a power glitch or a storm-related outage, and that camera would come back online. So it looks like it has. Still some pretty frequent lightning out along the horizon here. And those are those storms that are weakening slowly across Missouri. Though the latest little bit here, those have actually increased again. It's that lightning that we're seeing from that camera perspective. Areas around Spring Hill and now east of Spring Hill, right on the Kansas state line, Cleveland West line, Peculiar, and Harrisonville. Severe thunderstorm warning there for quarter-size hail, frequent lightning, and some gusty winds. And then we're still seeing that storm surging through Clinton. That one is weakening. It's more of a wind event. You can see the gust front kind of surging out there. It's a lot more of a linear storm mode. But then we also have some stronger storms working north and east towards Carrollton, Waverly, Higginsville, Concordia, Sweet Springs, and areas like east of Warrensburg. Power flashes, and Lone Jack. That's where we had that little QLCS spin up. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back on radar and find a couple, not that large, but they may find a couple little tornado tracks based on what we saw on radar there, a couple little fairly tight areas of circulation. They're also going to extend out that severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Clinton and Windsor and Green Ridge. These storms are kind of slowly approaching Sedalia, Missouri, so we'll see. They're going to continue to be some severe threat across Missouri. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to put a small severe thunderstorm watch in that area. but we'll see about that. Okay, that first tornado warning is going to expire. The second one still continues. They've trimmed it down just a little bit, but areas around Choice to the Yucatan area in Minnesota still has a little bit of a tornado threat. That seems to have weakened some. This is still a decent wind threat coming across Houston and Fillmore counties in Minnesota. And then we've lost right now our severe warnings across parts of Wisconsin. And I'm going to take a look and see what the models kind of look like for the rest of the evening. Okay, the latest HRRR run is just now beginning, so don't have that. But we do have the latest of the we do have the latest from the last model run of the HRRR. Okay, that's good enough, I guess. But let's see. Yeah, this was the 01Z run. Does show those storms across the Kansas City area, and it has them weakening right about where they are now. So we'll see if that may continue a little bit stronger than they're showing right now. But overall, it starts pretty good. It has kind of the cluster of storms across central Wisconsin, the big mess of rainmakers across east central, and then the little bit of a kind of a cluster QLCS thing across southeast parts of Minnesota. Kind of wants to keep that a fairly strong cluster. And eventually it's going to kind of run into what's left of the cluster of storms across central parts of Wisconsin. Yeah, next couple hours, lower Michigan may get a little more active. And eventually kind of weaken those. It does, interestingly, take those storms across Missouri now and weakens them by the time they get to the Mississippi River. And we may get some morning storms based on some kind of rain-cooled outflow work across northern parts of Illinois. But then those will kind of continue moving east through the morning and clear out. And then the atmosphere reloads for tomorrow afternoon, which I don't have on that model run. Yeah, here, this is the 00Z run, so it goes out a little bit longer. but it shows generally the same thing. Downtrending storms across central Missouri may make it over towards the Mississippi River north of St. Louis. And generally these may hold on a little bit across parts of Wisconsin, especially over the next couple hours. Couple morning storms potentially there in northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and Ohio, but those will weaken. And then the atmosphere reloads pretty quickly. This particular run has northeast parts of Iowa and southeast or southern parts of Wisconsin really lighting up. And then that works and eventually kind of clusters together and heads towards lower Michigan as well into tomorrow evening. But we can also see little signs of more convection along the dry line. That's why there's a slight risk tomorrow, a lot larger slight risk, because we may get some more supercells develop in Kansas and Oklahoma. And that may continue longer into tomorrow night too. But around 20Z, and then things really blow up pretty quick. We'll see, this can shift around a little bit too. We may get storms fire back here. They may fire here. They might fire a little further south. So generally, we're looking at the same area. The models are honing in on that area of enhanced risk. Starting to see some rain at those cameras in La Crosse area. Based on some of the chaser footage, there may have been a pretty significant tornado, Heartland, Minnesota earlier. Okay, yeah, that was that storm that had the original tornado warn storm earlier around Mapleton and stuff, and came. Yeah, that one could be a. This video report here may be a significant tornado. Corrects previous. Yeah, there may have been a pretty significant tornado somewhere in here with that one tornado warning earlier, and that was a rain-wrapped, rain-embedded tornado, which some storm spotters get pretty close to see to get into that viewpoint. Take a look at this cell. Again, it's kind of an embedded supercell along the leading edge of this. There is rotation in here near Blackhammer, Minnesota. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in there. We're also getting fairly close to the radar site too, so it gives us a decent perspective. It's kind of weak rotation, but winds red and green going away and towards the radar. This area is still not outflow dominant, even though there's some outflow boundaries to the south. They kind of hook in right there, as well as it's kind of riding along an outflow boundary from the storms to the north. So there's a little bit of a narrow window here where this has a chance to stay in a somewhat favorable environment. And they've canceled that tornado watch for all of the Midwest right now. I'll move the radar so you can see that. This is the remaining severe thunderstorm watch. It goes until 4 a.m. in the central time zone. And some of that, again, will get trimmed away, especially as this line kind of works its way through. But quite a bit of this is going to hold on for a while. So make sure you have multiple ways to receive weather warnings overnight. Know weather radio is your best option. Make sure you know whether the radio is charged, though. Make sure it has the batteries in it if it's a battery-powered one. And all that good stuff. And then make sure it's all nice and set. But that will wake you up in the night. And then the other good, decent option, better than nothing for sure, is to make sure your phone alerts are turned on. Go into your settings and make sure you have the weather emergency alerts turned on. They're sometimes deep in your settings, but if you go pull up another YouTube channel, you're already watching us on YouTube, pull up another YouTube channel, search your phone, search your setting, and search settings and how to, and you should get a how-to video on that. As we saw, some of this activity is going to work into Michigan a little further, more than just the isolated storms that have advanced through Michigan. This whole batch of storms back here is going to work its way across Lake Michigan tonight and into especially the central and north central portions of lower Michigan. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. Same situation as Wisconsin. It's going to be a late night threat, so make sure you have multiple ways to get weather warnings across these areas. That includes Traverse City, Ludington, Muskegon, Cadillac, Big Rapids, Saginaw, Flint, and Port Huron. Also includes Mount Pleasant and Traverse City, if I didn't say that already. It stays north of the Detroit metro. It goes as far south as Flint and Port Huron. So yeah, it's kind of for this corridor here, which a little less populated, but especially this area on Tri-Cities and stuff, Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, Mount Pleasant in Big Rapids, and those areas down towards Grand Rapids is pretty popular, as well as like the Lake Shore. So a decently populated area there for severe weather, and that goes until 5 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball size, scattered wind gusts up to 70 are possible, and frequent lightning. So not as big of a tornado threat out east. Well, there may be a tornado warning or two. Can't rule that out, but less of a tornado threat, at least overnight in Michigan, more of a hail and wind threat. Back to our little kind of bullseye area here. Still seeing severe warned storms across parts of Missouri, Waverly to Carlton, and then Concordia, Sweet Springs to Eustonia and Lamonte. And then still a severe warning there for areas around Windsor. Yeah, Windsor down to areas just east of Clinton around the Truman Reservoir. One good thing is they've advanced a special weather statement versus another severe thunderstorm warning. So that cell may be on the diminishing side. And then we also have still a strong storm, small but a punchy storm near Peculiar, Lake Annette, and Harrisonville with some gustier winds and some small hail in this storm. That may have a little more than quarter size hail too. Yeah, I'm doing a couple more videos of that web tornado. It was a skinny, fairly ropey tornado, but it may have been a pretty punchy one. Some of those are drill bits, and that may have been the situation for that web tornado. Seeing a brief kind of reduction of severe warnings right now across parts of Wisconsin, but there still are a number of storms across Wisconsin and a lot of untapped potential here. There's a lot of areas that haven't gotten worked over by storms across southern Wisconsin. So still a favorable environment for severe weather tonight, especially once this kind of this back edge cluster starts to really start to push and advance towards the east. That's going to kind of get this whole area moving a little east southeast into the overnight. And we've lost that tornado warning near southeast Minnesota. Still a little bit of rotation in here near Black Hammer and Caledonia, but that has diminished some. And we're close to the radar site, so we're also getting a better profile of the winds in here and not seeing as much of those brighter, 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds, which is a good sign, as those are approaching the La Crosse area just above me there on our cameras, 511 Wisconsin. Have to check maybe tomorrow, but I haven't seen a lot of those 70 plus mile an hour wind reports. Certainly areas around the tornadoes may have gotten some 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds. We haven't seen any like hurricane force wind reports just from like bow echoes or anything. So wind may be under verified a little bit today. Certainly the hail and the tornado risk, I think, verified really well, basically across southern Minnesota, extreme northern Iowa, and into west central Wisconsin. Looks like that area pretty much bullseyed exactly how the National Weather Service kind of expected. So that's a good sign. Always nice to see forecasts verifying, not for the damage and the tornadoes and all that, but just for the accuracy of the forecast. It's good to see some verification. A new kind of isolated thunderstorm near Standish, Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning there along the lake shore there up to areas like Whitmore, Alabaster, and Tawas City. We also are finding some stronger storms just offshore of Ludington. Special weather state or a marine warning there for gusty winds and large hail. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a new warning here once this gets a little closer to shore. Yeah, keep an eye out here for like Ludington and Amber up to Sauble. This area has likely some larger hail in it. And we can see the hail spikes out of these storms on the radar too, so that's a nasty sign that there's definitely some large hail in there. That's going to be approaching the shore there around Ludington, Michigan, just in the next few minutes. These storms that are severe warned in eastern Michigan aren't even really part of the severe watch area. They're just kind of isolated from earlier today. The severe watch is really for this batch of storms to kind of work its way into Michigan. This cluster is starting to become, again, more outflow dominant. See that outflow boundary pushing through Charles City, New Hampton, Decorah. But that tail end storm still is pretty nasty around Mason City, Iowa. Some hail and gusty winds in there, $half size hail. We still have some stronger storms across central Missouri tonight. Areas around Waverly. And then back down to areas around Windsor. A little bit of small hail likely still in this cell near Windsor. Maybe also north of Clinton. And then this cell still kind of also hanging on with some small hail peculiar to Harrisonville. Some good news here is we've officially dropped those tornado watch areas for areas around Lawrence, Ottawa, Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. Eventually, they should drop this area here around Paola too. Um, and then the rest of the whole watch goes about 40 more minutes. Yeah, 40 minutes. So they may just hold those on. Those counties still have some storms with some severe chances. So they may just hold that watch until then. And there it is. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning. Ping pong ball size hail coming off the lake. That's at Ludington, Michigan. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Mason County. That's in west central Michigan. That goes until midnight Eastern time. That's a dangerous storm coming off the lake shore. Hmm. Wow. That camera that we were watching briefly from the Ottawa storm that showed it looked like maybe the wall cloud for a second, but then it stopped working. Well, some storm chaser about 20 minutes ago just found the sign for that exit, and it's not on the highway. So that's not great. That camera may have taken a direct hit. Yeah, it is not on the interstate. Still an ongoing strong storm, ping pong ball size hail approaching Harrisonville, Missouri, with some gusty winds as well. And then we have stronger storms Green Ridge down to Windsor, Leeton just to the north of Clinton in west central Missouri. And then we also have our complex of storms. This may produce some severe weather overnight, continuing across southern parts of Wisconsin. So once again, northeast Iowa, southeast Minnesota, southern Wisconsin, and Lake Michigan. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour are likely. Scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches, so the hail has come down a little bit. And then also a threat for some line-embedded tornadoes are possible with the cluster of storms overnight. Then we do have, that's 4 a.m. Central Time, basically the same time, 5 a.m. Eastern. We have the other watch for central lower Michigan, Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan, 5 a.m. Eastern. And that's for scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 are possible. So a slightly lower watch threshold than the Wisconsin severe thunderstorm watch is a little bit higher end of a severe thunderstorm watch. And then scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, which may be verifying right now around the Ludington area with ping pong ball sized hail. Just coming on shore now around Ludington, Michigan. And yeah, that's going to continue with some sporadic severe weather through the evening. We should see storms diminishing across west central Missouri, at least the severe storms. We may get this cluster of storms. Some of the models do have kind of reaching areas like Bowling Green down towards Quincy, maybe as far as some of those north and western St. Louis suburbs. But should continue to diminish in severe risks. And yeah, we've had a decent number of tornadoes today, as well as a ton of hail reports. May have been, just thinking about it, one of the busier hail days, at least especially for large hail that we've had so far this year. And then the flash flood threat is going to also be a continued risk across these portions of southeast Michigan or southeast Minnesota, across central Wisconsin, and into Michigan too. I think there's a little bit of a flood risk. And in fact, the non-thunderstorm flood risk exists across northern parts of those states. Otherwise, since it's another busy day tomorrow, I think we'll wrap it up. I'll do some prep for tomorrow on the back end of things, and we'll get ready for tomorrow. Again, another enhanced risk tomorrow covers some of those same areas. That's today. Shifts a little bit further south and east, but big risk tomorrow from eastern Iowa, southern Wisconsin into northern Illinois, across much of lower Michigan, and then across into the Missouri Valley, and then down. Should get a little bit more activity across the southern plains tomorrow as well. So a big risk day tomorrow too. And some of that even gets maybe into the eastern Great Lakes too. Yeah, those storms are pushing through the La Crosse area now, so that's good to see. And they are becoming, at least right now, more outflow dominant. We're starting to see this outflow line extend out from all these storms. So we'll see. There's a chance of more severe weather tonight, especially if those storms can kind of catch up to the outflow boundaries, which they can do at times. If they can kind of surge out, catch up to those outflow boundaries, more severe storms are possible as those work to the southeast. But otherwise, yeah, make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings overnight, and we'll see you on the next one. If you're new, like and subscribe, click the bell icon, get notifications when we go live. We'll be live tomorrow, likely mid-afternoon. I wanted to go live a little bit earlier today, but I just, again, had a maintenance guy show up kind of right before I was ready to go live, and I needed to get a couple things done with him. Otherwise, would have popped on a little bit earlier. I was planning on maybe 3 o'clock, and I think it ended up like 4:30. But otherwise, tomorrow we'll be on probably mid-afternoon again, as storms are expected to fire across eastern parts of Iowa. And we'll have to see. There is a chance of some feistier storms across parts of northern Illinois tomorrow, kind of mid-morning. So we'll see. If we get any feistier storms, we may pop on for an early stream. Otherwise, we'll look for the reload of the atmosphere and an all-hazard set tomorrow across the Midwest again, and then back down the dry line, with that dry line kind of surging out here. We'll look for more storms kind of in the same areas, but a little bit wider spread, a little bit more forcing tomorrow. Should open up the dry line a little better, as we saw a pretty concentrated area of severe weather today across east central Kansas. But tomorrow looks like a little more widespread. Hold on just a second. Let me check this new warning out. Benton County, Missouri, new warning there for some small hail and gusty winds. Ooh, there's some pretty good winds in there. Yeah, there's some 60+ mile-an-hour winds in there, so that is a good warning there. Lincoln, Coal Camp. There's also a couple of pockets of small hail, but this is not a tornadic threat, at least right now. This was a kind of a cluster that had. Hold on. There's a little bit of rotation in there near Brandon. I'm in a weird area of that storm, but anyway, keep an eye on that. Could have a couple stronger storms across west central Missouri tonight. Otherwise, yeah, things have definitely ramped down, at least in the last couple minutes. Those stronger storms are through La Crosse, through Toma, and yeah, ongoing flash flood at risk across areas like Appleton, Fox Crossing, back to Toma, Green Bay. Definitely turn around, don't drown this evening as well. Just find the long way home. All right, guys, thanks for joining us tonight. Have a great night. Stay safe.